All right. Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board, and valued community representatives. I welcome you all to this evening's assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chairman, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. As we engage in our deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions will have on the lives of all, keeping in mind we're residents like you. It is our duty to maintain transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in our proceedings, ensuring that the voices of all are heard and respected. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 Saco Planning Board to order. I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, myself, the Chair of the Planning Board, Matt Provenzel, and to my left, we have our Vice Chair, Joyce Leary Clark, along with Planning Board members Jeff Brucho, Camille White, Carrie Lynn Lane, and Jim Moyer. As always, we have our city staff with us this evening, Shannon Chisholm, our Assistant Planner, our City Planner, Emily Cole-Prescott, and Lisa Harmon, our Planning Compliance Manager. We also have with us our City of Saco intern, James Patefield, and our fearless Ward 5 City Council Liaison, Phil Hatch. With that, we will move to review of our draft minutes. We have a few site walks here and one meeting minutes from our July 1st for review. If we perhaps take them in order, chronological order here, any comments from board members on the June 23rd draft site walk notes for 56 Smutty Lane? No.
Mr. Chair, I would move. Do you want to do one motion, or do we want to go through each one at a time?
It's totally up to board members here. We can go through, and if there are comments, we can make comments and make one motion to adopt them all, or we can go individually. Okay. We'll go to any comments on the June 30th draft site walk notes for the Cascade Road Athletic Dome proposal.
I just wanted to comment, my packet, I couldn't open that page. That was one page I couldn't open.
Shouldn't, Jeff, I think you actually see that though later in the packet under, for this topic, you actually see the notes.
Yes.
I had the same problem. So.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a quick disclosure. I was absent for the initial site walks for the last couple site walks that were initiated, and just want to let you know that I have reviewed the material following up with those site walks, along with the videos associated with the last planning board. So I am prepared to participate in tonight's discussion, and I just want to put this on the record. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So Jim had a chance, no comments on the 30th
No comments.
sidewalk.
Mr. Chair.
Any other thoughts from board members? All right, and the July 1st site walk, excuse me, for the Biddeford, Saco, Orchard Beach EV charger proposals. No comments there. And with that, our July 1st Planning Board meeting draft minutes. Any comments or edits there?
So, Mr. Chair, I'd move to approve the site walk minutes for, or site walk notes for June 23rd, June 30th, and July 1st, as well as the draft meeting minutes for July 1st, 2025, as presented.
I will second that.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Abstain?
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Abstain.
I vote yes. Motion passes 4-0 with 2 abstentions. All right, our next item on the agenda this evening is our public comment period. This is an opportunity for any residents to come before the board and ask questions or bring up any planning-specific items to the board. We'll collect those comments and address them appropriately or pass them along to the appropriate staff members.
Hi, my name is Christine Christensen. I live at 8 Wildfire Drive in Saco, and I wanted to make a comment about the Cascade Sports Dome that I know is on the agenda. And being a sports parent and having to do so much traveling to be able to have a facility like the one being proposed for Saco got us really excited, and talking to other parents in the same boat. It is definitely something that everybody is excited about and talking about. We also like the opportunity to bring in some people outside of our summer months and possibly some tax dollars, but we are really excited about the possibility of having that opportunity for our youth sports close, not an hour away. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We will also be discussing this item later this evening. So if you have, stay for that if you have more thoughts or questions or comments. All right, with that, we will move to our planning board public hearing guidelines. This is a document that the board puts together and publishes along with city staff. We have digital copies of this along with some hard copies at the rear of the auditorium that talks about procedures and how we conduct our public hearings. If anyone has any questions, please reach out and we will do our best to answer those. So with that, we will move to our next item on the agenda this evening, which is our applications for review and public hearings. Our first item being 7A. This is Waterfall Drive, and this is a residential development at map 63, lot 6. And this is a proposal for 195 residential dwelling units with associated site improvements. And this is presented by Park North Development and Sebago Technics. And Emily, it looks like this item has been requested to be tabled until the August 12th meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Nothing else to add.
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Emily.
So, Mr. Chair, with that, I move to continue the review of this proposal, including continued public hearing to August 12th, 2025.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff. And the second, Jim. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor of continuing review to August 12th on this item? Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. All right, our next item is item 7B. This is 800 Portland Road, map 59, lot 1. And this is a proposal for a 49 residential unit condominium with a 3,000 square foot commercial building. And this is presented by Goral Palmer And this is a continued public hearing and application review. Any disclosures or conflicts, board members, on this item? Seeing none, Emily, anything to add to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The major component of this review is that the applicant has reworked the site plan pretty substantially to remove the structures out of the 75-foot setback. Additionally, there has been some reduction in the number of dwelling units proposed, down from 49 to 46, to accommodate that change. Also, the single-family proposals, structures that were proposed have been removed so that there's all duplexes, and the applicant has continued further coordination with the main DEP and IF&W. There's also information in the after-the-fact packet this evening from both Caleb as well as the DEP, and you'll also see a notice from us stating that this has been filed for delegated authority under the new DEP electronic system that we use. So that's the update from our end. There was a question about P&S at one point. There has been a purchase and sale extension that is also on file, so that's not a concern for this evening. Lastly, we presented some draft findings and draft conditions that have been updated and that were requested at the previous review. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. Board members, any questions for Emily at this time? All right, and we have Caleb with us this evening from Gold Palmer. You want to give us a brief update here?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Caleb Barassa from Gold Palmer. Brief presentation here, just kind of want to touch on the plan updates, talk about and just kind of point out on the screen some of those pieces. We can talk about the buffering, and then I'll just turn it back over for general discussion. So on the cutover plan here that I have some of my actual black and white site plan grading utility if we need to look in any more detail. But on this plan here that shows the landscaping, aerial underneath, and then just general kind of green space for the space in between for lawn. What I wanted to really touch on was, since we had last spoken and left with the directive to really look back at the buffering, that was at the May 20th public hearing that we had with you folks. We had really took some time to review the scope and how does that really fit with the buffering, and ultimately what we really come back with was we've now removed all of the single-family structures that were included with this application. Some of them have been substituted where we had additional space for some duplexes, but ultimately now we're down to 46 units. So we've certainly made some concessions here and really trying to really establish that buffer. And I'll certainly talk to some of those kind of key points, but the point being as well that the additional buffering being to the Millbrook, we still had some areas of lesser buffer, which we had submitted the permit by rule for. I am still waiting to hear back from DEP. That's really associated now only with this area where we have the road spanning towards the rear development area. In general, we've now increased, you'll see where we once had single-family structures in the front development area along the north side of the plan of that road. There were 5 single families there previously, now nothing. So we've actually pulled back, included some more landscaping. One of the key things we talked about with IF&W was that what they're really most interested in, certainly with providing these additional buffers, is actually the canopy. And water quality and water temperatures is a lot of that concern. And so providing that canopy that can be maintained all the way through to the stream is certainly important to them. So what we've done, and especially in this area here, this kind of green triangle on the plan, we have established, and we're planting some more trees in this area. That actually all exists now as lawn area on the single-family residence currently. So that would be kind of brought back in and established with some more canopy. We have a pretty robust plan, I think, already with some street trees all the way throughout. We've certainly added some more around the perimeter. Aside from the natural resource buffering, we have included additional buffers to the south and the parking lot to the south along this side, as well as some to the rear, just a few more in this area here to what we're looking at to the industrial park. So that's generally it. All other aspects for the commercial space in the front, the majority of the other duplex units and the general layout has remained the same. There has been some pushing and pulling to make sure that all structures are outside of the 75-foot setbacks now. But in general, we're pretty happy with the plan and hoping that the board would look upon this favorably and would love to continue review and hopefully take a preliminary vote this evening. So with that, I'll end my presentation and turn it back over to the board for discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions? Joyce?
Real quick, the snow storage issue, there was a question about where that would be going.
Sure, yeah, I think
Can you
there's...
show us while you have the map up?
Yes, what we've really shown on the plan now is, in general, a lot of the corners of the roadway areas. We have shown for some snow storage areas. I think that was another comment that kind of popped up in the most recent review here from Adam Bliss. So we certainly have some more area now in the central portion of the site where we can have kind of more stockpiling of snow if need be. But still, we're kind of planning on utilizing these kind of perimeter areas that are kind of just natural areas to kind of push off as a plow truck comes down the road.
Do you mind providing an update on the leasing plan for the commercial building?
It still remains the same. I think the same tenant is still lined up for that space, so I'm looking forward to that.
And can you remind the group, what is the tenant?
It's an existing tenant of the applicant here in Saco, looking to expand. I think they might have one or two offices now, but I believe it is a physical therapy type office.
Great, thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Caleb. The city engineer had a couple other comments, too, that you could probably address very quickly. Mailbox location, solid waste recycling. He wasn't quite sure how the foundations are going to be done, if they're going to be slabs or you'd have foundations down if they needed foundation drains. Location of hydrants and insulation of the pipe, I guess, that goes in the roadway that goes to the back section. So I'm sure you read all that. And could you just,
Sure.
tick off those and help us understand how your new plan takes care of all that?
Yes, yeah. First one being mail location. We actually have, and you can slightly see here, there's a little bit of space that's actually included in this commercial building on the very end for mail facilities there. On the trash side of things, the plan would be to utilize the central location here as well near the front of the parcel with the commercial space. That would also provide easy access for a truck to come in, service, and then make the loop and then turn out. I believe on the foundations, the plan is currently slab on grade. Now, some of those that are at grade may still require some foundation drains, so I will certainly review that again and make sure we account for all those areas that will. I believe the last question was just associated with the insulation as we go over and cross the culvert there. We had shown some on the plan. I can revisit to make sure that we at least are showing it for full width and then proper distance across that. So I think we're in good shape on those.
And I think there was one other comment he made about fire hydrants. I don't remember where on the site you were proposing those, or if you've actually located them yet.
Yes, I think currently we had two shown. There would be one about where my cursor is here, and I believe we had another closer towards the front with the commercial space.
It's very helpful, thank you.
Yep.
Any other thoughts from board members? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you. You've done a lot of work and very professional presentation on all these reiterations, bringing concerns that we've had with other options. It's nice to see that we're at the 75-foot setback now. I do have a little bit of question, because one of the city engineer's notes, and possibly as a condition of approval, because of the side setback to the south, basically, my interpretation of your plan is that you have the 20-foot setback with a dashed line, and pretty much the buildings are sitting right at that. So he wanted to have those, located by a surveyor, which can be standard practice when positioning's close. But you also know that I've had concern about this particular use with abutting properties and buffering, and that's kind of what you were alluding to. And when I'm looking at our standard in subdivision, so Chapter 188-711 for buffering, one of the guidelines in Section C that we're supposed to be evaluating talks about the subdivision design shall minimize possibility of noise pollution either from within or without the development by providing and maintaining a green strip of at least 20 feet wide planted with the appropriate shrubbery between abutting properties. So, it's trying to do my diligence of checking these boxes, and if your setback is 20 feet and you've kind of got it drawn as lawn space, those individual plantings, in your opinion, is what you're presenting as being significant enough buffering to minimize the noise from, possibly non-compatible uses. That's kind of the summary?
Yeah.
That you feel like that buffering is sufficient to meet this section of the ordinance?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yep, that was actually one of the comments we had received fairly early on in our review too, actually from Emily. And so we had the buildings actually right up on the 20-foot setback line. We've actually since pushed those off an additional 5 to 6 feet, I believe, so that we can provide space that, normally can be, maintained. There's egress out of those structures. There'll be a little bit of a pad there. So we're feeling pretty comfortable now that we'll be able to provide that buffer.
So that pad is essentially that. It's kind of a walkway pad for egress out the back. There's no sort of a balcony or deck or anything there.
Nope.
You're not intending of marketing
correct.
this as like outdoor living space, because it's going to be intended to be very filled with mature vegetation.
Sure. And as far as the open space that the subdivisions are required, you guys are paying the fee in lieu of providing open space in this subdivision, correct? Because Chapter 187-703 talks about subdivision open spaces, and we should have a 30-foot frontage area that's identified and labeled on the plan as access for your open space for the enjoyment of the residents of this subdivision. I actually don't recall off the top of my head that standard. I don't know if that was something we'd spoken briefly. Emily, is there anything you might be able to offer on that?
Mr. Chair, did you want me to offer something?
Yeah, if you could, please, thank you.
So the applicant would be most likely paying the fee because there's no specific open space. If the applicant wants to return to you with an analysis of what they determine to be open space, you can review that. But right now, I was anticipating that they would be paying the open space impact fee per dwelling unit.
Sure. I think that would be fair. There's certainly some more space afforded now on the plan, so we can certainly revisit that. But if that ends up being the case, we'll certainly be happy to pay that fee too.
Mr. Chair, those were the only items that I had on my review checklist. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members?
Mr. Chair, we will see the condo documents at final review.
Correct.
Jim?
And Mr. Chair, were there still some outstanding reviews we were supposed to get, like with traffic? I'm not sure if there was something that was still outstanding. Are you aware of anything, Caleb?
We had provided responses to traffic, landscaping, and then the wetland peer review. I think a lot of those were, landscaping, I believe, was fairly well wrapped up. We're feeling fairly comfortable with, same with traffic. And then I think the wetland peer review was mostly satisfied here, again, with what our coordination was regarding the buffering.
I didn't satisfy your question. Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we've also included finalizing all outstanding peer reviews and any outstanding city engineer review comments as a condition of
As a
approval
condition.
here.
Yep. So with that, if the board is comfortable, we can continue our public hearing, or we can continue discussion. If we have any other questions for the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to reopen the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I'll second.
Second by Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing? Jeff?
I would just like to note, there's a lot of material that was submitted after the fact tonight, so I'm okay opening the public hearing where we had advertised it for that use, but I think that we definitely should have time to review this packet. I don't think it's fair for us to be inundated after the packet was presented and available electronically, as well as the people who might choose to speak for a public hearing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other discussion? All right, those in favor of opening the public hearing? Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them accordingly.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one, member from the public wishing to speak tonight, I'll move to close the public hearing.
I'll
Thank-
second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? Jeff?
I just, like I said, I don't think it's very wise. We're setting our timer, and in all respect, you know, we have a very professional team. We're all working very diligently to review this, and, you know, 30, 40 pages of material being submitted after the deadline. To me, we should talk about all applicants that are submitting this stuff late and just have an automatic default that they forfeit their spot on the slot for the agenda, because it's just not fair to any of us to try to review this in the minutes that we have here tonight. So I would rather you amend the motion that we continue the public hearing so that we have time to review an official packet, and that way all the citizens that happen to look online can also review it and decide if they would like to comment. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, Emily?
Can we just offer some clarification on from staff?
Yes, I
Totally
was-
up to what the board wants to do, but we only received one email after the fact in the packet for this particular application.
Okay, that was going to be my question, just to
So
confirm.
yeah, I do note here that we have, there's a lot of information here, but that's not from this applicant. We have something in the packet dated July 11th, an email from Lauren Forte to let us know that the submission this was actually a staff-generated thing, that we had sent the review into the main DEP system. This was something we actually provided as staff. we had some trouble using the new electronic DEP permitting system, so we got that finalized, and we just want to be fully transparent and put that in there. So that's a few pages. That's really nothing you need to review. It's just your form notifying DEP that you are doing your delegated review. And then there's an email in here from correspondence with Andrew Wood from our environmental review coordinator. So I know there's a lot in here, and there's some correspondence also from Andrew Wood on another project. I just want to make sure that we're, that I'm clear and that we only have one email chain from the applicant, which is kind of toward the end of this packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. So we have, so it's the staff information that the state review, the delegated review, and the notification here from Monday that talks, that's from IF&W, that, well, I'll just read it. It says, Caleb, thank you for you and your team for the effort taken here in the redesign. We reviewed the analysis and are okay with the buffers as shown. That's the last piece. Okay. Okay, thank you. So those two pieces. Any other discussion for board members on the motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I would normally agree with Jeff that providing a lot of documentation right before the meeting is problematic because it doesn't give us time to review. In this case, it didn't take any time, at least for me, to be able to check another box here that IF&W is okay with these buffers. So in this case, I'm comfortable that there's not a significant amount of additional information being provided tonight, and it's just supplementing and completing the file.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. That's what I wanted to triple check. We do get these after the fact packets here sometimes, and they're quite lengthy, and they can be confusing here as we sit down 3 minutes before we begin, but okay. Any other discussion? So motion made by Jim, second by Carrie Lynn to close the public hearing. All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-1 to close a public hearing. All right, back to the board. Any final questions, thoughts, concerns for the applicant? Any remaining questions or thoughts from staff? Jim.
I guess it's just one, Caleb, I should have asked you this before, but regarding traffic, I read that traffic report and the thoughts of, creating I guess they call them a road diet or something, where they turn 2 lanes into one, and that doesn't seem like a very good idea, particularly in that stretch of Route 1, where you have 2 lanes going in each direction for quite a distance from the Scarborough line to in-town Saco, and to suddenly create it into 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes, it just doesn't seem to make any sense. So I think that, and you have a long lead to turn left, and during sometimes the day, you'd obviously have to wait a bit and wait for the lights to trigger either north or south so that someone could get out. But that's not unlike anyone else on Route 1. So I had just read that, and those were my thoughts on it, and I didn't know if there was anything you had to add that would also be helpful to us.
Yes, I'll try to do it justice. I'm not the traffic engineer that helped assist in this review in-house. So, but the idea, I believe, was that there was a little bit more history, I think, involved in the road diet discussion on Route 1, and I think that especially for this location here, it would almost completely kind of contradict or conflict with the work that's being done for the school and the intersection rework, just because of the proximity to that intersection. And so I think that was a bit more of the idea.
And that certainly makes sense. I mean, with the school going there, it seems to me you need as much traffic moving as quickly as you can safely there, so. But thank you, I just wanted to mention that I had paid attention to that traffic analysis, and the idea of a road diet there just didn't make sense, at least to me.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? So Emily and staff have, as we requested, put together some draft conditions of approval and findings of fact. If the board would like to review, comment, I have a few of them. Or if the board has another direction or task that they'd like to complete.
Mr. Chair, it's kind of a daunting task here. I kind of like 21 different factual findings we need to go through here. But certainly willing to do that now if everyone feels up to it. It's going to take us a while, but I think it's only fair to the applicant that we kind of work through these. Unless people wanted a chance to, consider it more and in more detail and put it off until the August 12th meeting. But I mean, I think we should at least start and see how far we get.
Sure, so we could, if we just at a high level here for a moment, take a look at these. So Jim, you mentioned traffic. You asked a good question on that. So we have one of the items here, section E or item E from section 188-603. Ask the board to make a finding on the standard regarding that traffic analysis. And then we also have, moving down, we have conformity with local ordinances and plans regarding the subdivision conforming with the chapter and the zoning ordinance. We have the financial and technical capacity. We need to make a finding on that item as well. Flood areas, we need to make a finding on that. Stormwater, given the note from staff that the city engineers review, board should make a finding on this standard once the city's engineers review is complete. Excuse me. Under site plan, we have compliance with applicable standards, compatibility with neighboring buildings, vehicular and pedestrian access, flood hazards, that item again, stormwater, wildlife. We have information here from IF&W, traffic again, and our audio and visual buffer. And then along with conditional use, we have landscaping, flood hazards, scenic vistas, and safety for pedestrians, operators, cyclists. So those are the items I had tagged. I'm not sure if I captured everyone's as well, or if there were any that I missed. There's one that this comes up in every section. I guess the flood hazards. I guess maybe call it low-hanging fruit. Caleb, could you maybe talk about that for a moment, the flood hazards, and how the project meets the requirements for that protection?
Yeah, so I believe just on a floodplain piece. We're not located in a floodplain through this section here, and no portion of the project is. As far as stormwater runoff purposes go, we are providing storage for stormwater runoff on site, so I think from a flood hazard perspective, that's pretty well covered.
And without, unfortunately, not having the opportunity to go through the hundreds of pages here for a moment, do you recall, and perhaps Emily can confirm as well, did you have a format or anything as part of the application from
I
FEMA
believe
or
we
anything
should
like
have
that?
provided one. I can't recall, and I don't have the attachments listed here with me
Okay,
from our original application.
sure.
Mr. Chair, there was just one other of these facts here that I wasn't sure if we had sufficient information to make a determination on, and that was the financial and technical capacity. I don't remember seeing, the staff is indicating that the applicant has provided that information or provided some information, but that they're encouraging us to think about that more to make sure that that standard is met. And so I don't know if it's something that Caleb can answer or if it's something our city staff could help us with to help us understand what the problem might be with financial or technical capacity.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to address that?
Yeah, do you have any insight? I mean, we have to find the application complete with that document.
Yep, so you found the application complete, you just never indicated to staff if everything met the standards. So there's documentation on the record that talks about the financial capacity, so it's just a matter of reviewing the letters that have been provided. The applicant did revise those and make sure that they meet your standards.
Great, thank you. So with that, board members, any thoughts, additional questions? Sometimes this is when I wish I had a stack of paper that I could go through really quickly.
Mr. Chair, I would say, one thought, and I'm scrolling through the original application as I speak. I would like to think if any of us had questions or concerns about the financial capacity letter, we would have asked for elaboration or clarification. That being said, I have no recollection of what it said. I just like to assume that we would have asked follow-up questions and asked you to clarify questions.
Yes, if I can, I recall we had spoken about this. This may have been in our January or February meeting, and we had reviewed it, and there weren't any questions at that time from the board.
Mr. Chair, if I could pull up the financial capacity info and the FEMA info.
If you have quick access to it, sure, because I was just going to recommend to the board that we begin review on this. We do need to look at these findings and either find that the standard is met or direct the applicant to provide us the information that we feel is missing. So we need to provide some direction, so.
So there were a few items submitted. There was one relative to the LLC name itself. There was also a letter from Edward Moore submitted. There's another letter after this that I will pull up that was submitted separately. I'll just take a minute to pull it up.
And Emily here, Ted Moore, the top of that letter heading is there a company name from there? Okay, Edward Moore Real Estate. Okay, thank you.
So CBC Construction LLC is the LLC name that filed the application. And Edward Moore is putting in a letter of financial capacity, and there's another letter after this that I'll pull up as soon as you're done reading this, and once I find it.
Yeah, I think you can continue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there's a 511-page document in the original packet that includes financial and technical capacity, a letter from Main Street Lending LLC, which is on page 144, information about technical ability of the applicant and its consultants on the pages following. And the cost estimate worksheet for a roughly $3.3 million project for the infrastructure. So yeah, this is the June 30th packet.
That's very helpful, Joyce. Once you mentioned that, I remember reading that information, and it certainly seems to me that they've demonstrated sufficient financial and technical capacity to go and complete the project.
Right, and just to clarify, it's January 30th packet, not June 30th.
Thank you. I will pull that up on the screen because that was the one I was looking for.
Do you have a page number, Joyce, for that document for Emily that she's going to pull up?
I think it's like 145. I don't have it up anymore.
Okay, thank you.
145.
In that range?
So this is the one that Joyce is referencing.
All right, great, thank you. Any questions from board members on that document? Within this same packet, Emily, is there the floodplain item?
I just had that one pulled up, so I'll pull that up next.
Okay, great, thank
And
you.
Shannon's just triple checking the records. I thought there was one more financial item submitted, letter submitted.
I believe between the three that we just pulled up, that was all we had for financial capacity.
There's the two letters in the worksheet.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this one's clear that it's not in a flood zone. And we have stormwater design. Any questions on the flood map here from board members? Thank you for finding that, Emily. So with that, I think we hit some of the big application material items. So with that, if the board would like to, we can go through these findings and review them, find that they have been met. We can adjust this verbiage, or we can direct the applicant accordingly. Does
Mr.
anybody
Chair,
Jim?
I'll suggest that we start just working through each finding of fact and until we reach an agreement on what it should say, and then we just keep working through, and we'll just have a motion at the end, if that is acceptable to everyone.
Sure.
The first one I see that we need to address is pollution under section 188-603A, pollution. And I would suggest that we eliminate the sentence that is there, says the board should make findings on the standard, and substitute for that a statement that the most recent proposal for the development reduces the likelihood of water or air pollution by creating sufficient buffer from, I believe it's Cascade Brook. So that's the language I would suggest we change.
That would be to Millbrook.
I'm sorry, Millbrook?
Yep.
Sorry.
Jeff?
So I just have, that's one of the ones that I have a harder time with. It's not our area of expertise, and we're continuously getting feedback from the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife that they're recommending a solid 100-foot buffer. And then that couples with the fact that in our zoning and the comprehensive plan, they're wanting to preserve and protect that Millbrook stream. every time that we say, it's close enough, or it's just maybe just a little bit more than the bare minimum, we're not striving to what the goal of the city was to try to protect that resource. Here again, it's a challenge of this particular site. We were there in the very cold winter, and we saw there's quite a bit of drop-off on the back side of a lot of those units to the north side. That water has got to track down and granted, they've done a great job designing and giving a lot of HydroCAD assessments of where their impervious areas are going to go, but everything in the backyard, whatever people treat their lawn with and whatnot, is kind of outside the control of what the engineer designs. And I think we really need to be aware of that. And when are we going to get really strong and say, hey, this is a priority for us. We need to consider, the environmental impacts. And I look at it when we're getting a letter and continuously, and don't get me wrong, I think it's great that they worked with them and they modified their plan, but even at the end, the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife that Andrew Wood was saying, we would still really prefer to have the 100-foot buffer. So with their expertise, I can't comfortably endorse that sort of a finding for the preliminary subdivision review. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the most recent email in the after the packet, which admittedly is from yesterday, so it was not part of the packet that we reviewed earlier. But this is IF&W saying we're okay with the buffers as shown. So having IF&W sign off on the revised plan, I think in this case I would be amenable to finding that the standard's been met.
Thank you, Joyce. So as far as the verbiage here, Jim's proposed, the most recent proposal for the development reduces the likelihood of pollution with sufficient buffer to Millbrook. I guess I'd like to, I think this is an opportunity to quote the review from IF&W. I guess we can we modify that slightly to, we could say the most recent proposal for the development as reviewed with response from Maine IF&W. I'd like to, given that this is our findings of fact, I'd like to reference that document. I guess even though it's an email, I'd like to add that to it. Caleb, that area at the front, that modification, that the road, we previously had some lots on the opposite side of that, correct? And now that area road, that's curbed, correct?
Correct.
That's as we understand it here. Okay.
Yes, so effectively we had gained 40 to 50 feet back of buffer on that side. There will be some amount because we have some subsurface stormwater features just off of the curb line there. But I believe we had provided some additional information as far as average buffer across the parcel, and then not including the area where that road stretches between the front and the rear. Our average buffer was about 97 feet, is what we had provided. And there was a more descriptive plan that we provided to IF&W as well. If I might as well, I think part of the pollution portion of this standard also refers to groundwater quality. So a big thing obviously for us, public sewer, public water, so we're not pulling groundwater out and we're not putting effluent into the ground. All of our stormwater features will be lined, so there won't be any, salt, chloride laden water that effectively will get into the groundwater. A lot of those things are treated per Maine DEP standards and then are discharged effectively as well.
Thank you. Any other thought on this item?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's worth adding something along those lines, based on the application materials and the fact that this property will be serviced by public water and sewer. Pollution risks are greatly reduced.
And then we could just have a sentence at the end that says, accordingly, this standard has been met. Mr. Chair, I think the next one was traffic. So I would suggest we eliminate the last two sentences and indicate that the applicant's proposal for traffic turning either north or south seems or is sufficient to meet the needs of this subdivision as well as the traffic generally on Route 1. And the standards met.
Would you be willing to include, like, as conditions exist today? Because we've got this daunting road diet, as you talked about, and I don't think it's necessarily fair to the applicant, right? He's done a review for what exists today, and it sounds like you're basing that judgment, and I would concur that the traffic that would be generated with existing conditions wouldn't be an issue. I think as well that if we put a road diet, there's going to be some major issues out there, but it's not fair to put him in that position. They responded to what exists today, and I think it would just make us in better standing if we reference the existing traffic or lane pattern.
I agree. That's a good point, Jeff. Yep, I agree.
So maybe add it in after the words Route 1.
I think she already did.
As conditions, okay, got it.
I appreciate the fact that staff, if they hear any sensible thing that we say, they'll write it down, which is very helpful.
Got to watch out because they'll write everything you say down.
Not everything I say, for sure. The next item, I think, Mr. Chair, is the aesthetic, cultural, natural values. I think that's H. It's my understanding that the staff has already received the information from the applicant's engineer about distance to resources and so forth. So I would suggest that we maybe get rid of both sentences there that begins with as of the drafting of these findings and substitute for that the most current proposal for this subdivision provides significant protection to the scenic and natural beauty of the area, particularly Millbrook, and appears to not cause harm to wildlife habitat, and that there are no rare or irreplaceable natural features that will be damaged by or harmed by this subdivision.
Could we additionally, on your second bullet point there, Emily, add the correspondence from yesterday into that?
That would have taken me an hour to do on Word. So, thank you, Emily.
That's why you're retired. You don't have to worry about that now.
I think the next one is I, Mr. Chair, conformity with local ordinances and plans. I guess I would say that the subdivision proposed meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan, as well as Chapter 188, based upon the most current design of the subdivision. Period, then say this standard is met. I'm sure there's a better way of saying that, but
I think that's fine.
Mr. Chair, J, financial and technical capacity, we've addressed that quite well. I think we lost our writing.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure that I bring up the standards for financial and technical capacity in the ordinance, and you can do the normal analysis that you normally do.
Sure. Do board members have any? Jeff, go.
Yeah, I have a comment. I mean, I'm feeling like I might be missing something because we're being directed to this, but I have to say that I actually thought that this applicant had like the best financial capacity letter that we've seen in a number of years, both stating that there was a lending institution that had a relationship. They were giving them basically more than double the capacity of what the cost estimate was. And it was based on a couple of conditions of, obviously approval for site work. Taking out, because the first one from a private entity doing the financial guarantee for the design phase, that one I didn't hold a lot of merit, but when they came up with that Main Street lending one, to me, that was almost like the template that we should really be striving for, is kind of what I thought. So I don't know, unless somebody has something that I'm missing, I thought that was a really solid financial letter, but I kind of feel like I'm missing something, so.
Any other thoughts
I-
from board members? Jim?
I mean, I thought the letter from Mr. Moore was helpful only in that he has, to the extent that he has any affiliation with this project, he has demonstrated the ability to complete well subdivisions in the city, and certainly has the technical capacity with, Caleb and other professionals helping. And I agree with Jeff that is it Main Street Lending, was that the name of the entity? I thought that their letter was quite detailed, and I thought that was very helpful as well. So the combination of those factors is what causes me to think that financial and technical capacity has been met here.
So the verbiage could be updated then accordingly to say based on application materials, this standard has been met?
Yes, I think that would be fine, Mr. Chair.
Any other thoughts on that item?
If I can, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Emily.
I would feel more comfortable if you asked staff to just follow up before final review on this one, just because I haven't seen Main Street Lending LLC as an institution, so I'd like to just check on that lending institution. We're used to seeing banks that I know are operating in Maine or credit unions that are operating in Maine. So that was the reason why I flagged it, as well as it's an applicant that's a new LLC name for us. Not anything wrong with that, but I'd like to know that the board's okay with my working with the applicant. A little more information for the record before final subdivision review.
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, would that be a condition of approval we should add? Okay.
I've made a note of that once we get there, sure.
And I think the next one, Mr. Chair, is there are two surface water sections there, K and L, and I think we need to address L, if I'm right. I mean, I'm assuming we need to add something there because I didn't see anything written. I guess I would, I mean, given that standard and reading what that standard requires us to meet, I would simply write, based upon application materials and the most current subdivision plan, this standard is met. I mean, I think this application has changed dramatically to provide much more protection to the Millbrook. I think the next one was Q, Mr. Chair. Stormwater.
I have N as well. Flood areas.
Oh,
I think as Emily
good
Emily
catch.
confirmed that item there, we can, I think this one could be as simple as based on the application materials. The board finds this standard has been met.
It sounds like it's something that we're that we should just leave in because it needs to be on the plan set. And the information about flood areas.
We usually, excuse me, we usually do ask for this just to be a standard item on the plan set.
Okay, and Jim, you said Q after that?
I think so, Mr. Chair. And I believe the city engineer has sent his most recent review, and I think he's satisfied, other than those questions we asked Caleb earlier, which he responded to. So I would say, based upon the most current subdivision plan and comments by the city engineer and response by the applicant, we find the standards met.
Any other thoughts from board members on that modification?
I think the next one is T, Mr. Chair. Impact on a neighboring municipality.
Yes.
I guess I would suggest we write, other than increased traffic on Route 1, the proposed subdivision will not cause unreasonable congestion or unsafe conditions for any neighboring municipality.
Would it be kind of appropriate maybe that we put, given the location and the distance to any adjoining town line and the number of arterial roads that are crossed getting there? I mean, traffic will be well dissipated before it gets to any other municipality, and that standard is very specific to affecting an adjoining municipality.
I think that was way better said, Jeff, than what I said. I like it.
I think that was my intent, but it sounds way better after she typed it in.
That's great.
Okay, any other thoughts on item T? So with that, I think, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we covered all of the subdivision items, so that brings us to site plan.
And the first one that I saw, Mr. Chair, was the A, compliance with all applicable standards. And I suggest we eliminate the sentence that's there and instead write, based upon the most current subdivision plan and the buffering proposed, this subdivision proposal meets the good neighbor standards, performance standards, and standards of any national or natural resource districts.
Okay.
And again, it's much better when it's typed out than when it's said. I think the next one was
Go ahead.
other laws. I'm sorry, Jeff.
I respectfully disagree. I think the buffering is particularly challenging, but I mean, obviously, this is a draft, and if the majority of the board likes to go with that, I just want it to be known that one of my big issues is the good neighbor standards, the buffering, the difference in uses. This is surrounded, as I've talked about, by an industrial park, and the amount of noise. And, you know, that good neighbor standard talks about peaceful enjoyment, and that's the way I always tend to think about it. How does it affect the existing neighbor? But it also has the word in there that to affect the use, right? And if we have a residential development that goes in and then we start having complaints and we start trying to limit the use of the industrial park building, I mean, one of the rear abutters is the Tambark building. We encouraged a grant for them to continue to grow. Hopefully they would be utilizing that facility, maybe multiple shifts. That could be an issue for use, and that's kind of where I'm really struggling with this. And the applicants come back and, you know, several times, and they're happy with what they have for a buffer. I'm not really feeling like it meets the buffer. I'm not really feeling like it meets the buffering standards of a 20-foot green strip, particularly for the existing car lot to the south. So if you guys are fine with that wording, I just want it to be clear where some of my view is coming from. And I don't think it meets the good neighbor standards in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
So I think that's well said, Jeff, and I appreciate that. I struggle with that as well, but I think the most recent plan they've come up with, I think, does a good job. But I recognize what you're saying, and I think it's important. So I recognize that.
I tend to think that when we're talking about complying with good neighbor standards, and that we're talking about this project's impact on the neighbors, not the neighbors' impact on this project. And I don't see that this project is going to have a detrimental effect on its neighbors.
I think that's the confusing part to our role here, because it's at face value, that's what it seems like. But I agree with Jeff in a sense of, you know, the residential component is going to come in, and to his point, if there are a lot of residents that come in, and even though they're new, and they're unhappy and feel like this project, you know, hasn't met this, you know, how do we, you know, how does the city work through an item like that? How is that? I know we can say the sort of buyer beware kind of thing, but that's not really something to hang our hat on. So it's a challenge. I'm following what Jeff is concerned with for sure.
So, I mean, I think most of you that know that I've been a lifelong resident, and I grew up really close to an industrial park, just on the North Street side. But it was very interesting because these boards, people that sat on this board before us, were always very cognizant of, you know, the industrial park road and kind of a transitional zone, right? When I was a child, it was actually a dirt road with a grain bin at the end of it, and that was a dead end, right? And now it's become one of the busiest streets in the entire city. But they've done a good job. We know we need the value of the industrial park. It offsets our tax base, and they've stepped it down as you get closer to the existing residential district, right? And we have that mixed business district that kind of buffers there. I just think that's real important, that planners are always very cognizant of reminding us of that, right? And this is the second time we've had an application come before us where we're going from industrial zoning to immediately adjacent to residential zoning. We've been fortunate to the north is that we've had a lot of wooded buffers. It has been undeveloped land for a number of years, but that opportunity for conflict exists. And here we have our Route 1 corridor, and we're we're starting that process over, right? They're asking for some development, but those neighbors that are in the industrial park are there and have rights to use that land to that intensity. And that's where I have a hard time when this is going to be brought back. And like Matt says, is that when those neighbors move in, then the noise starts. Then they start saying, how come the board didn't refer to this, right? We've seen it with the Rod and Gun Club. They've been here for 80-something years, right? And we're starting to have those complaints. We just need to be cognizant, if we're going to live in a community, how we let those zones transition and the value of that industrial land. I don't think it's appropriate to try to reverse zone after an issue starts and we put a bunch of residential here that we're going to try to, oh, this is going to be now a business park. We'll go all the way back to the Spring Hill section, right? That's the conflict. Like I said, it's a very solid plan. It meets so many of the criteria, well done. It's just this location is very difficult for me to digest between the buffering with the neighbors and the protection of that natural resource. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Camille?
I really appreciate what everyone's saying in terms of just the standards of what the city has when it comes to these developments, particularly like a neighbor, and then as well as the pollution elements. We have standards that we want to adhere within the city and build like a continuity plan, particularly for these new developments that are transitioning a district. That being said, I'm just curious on how we might want to build that connectivity between the city and the development itself. And so since this is a condo development, I'm wondering if we could possibly have some weigh in on the rules and regulations and building some parameters for the development within our standards as well, such as possibly having a good neighbor standard within the rules and regulations of the condominium, just being a contingency. I don't know if that's something that we're able to thread into these facts and findings, just a consideration. And then on the pollution note, and I'm sorry to go back to the subdivision section of this plan, but I appreciate what Jeff had said about us not really having control of the individuals that actually live in the condominiums themselves and what type of pollutants they might be using. So in the rules and regulations of a condominium, possibly suggesting having some restrictions on what types of pesticides could be used for those units. So just a thought, and I don't know how we want to thread into that. Maybe Jim has an eloquent way of saying that.
Probably not, but no, I think those are very good suggestions, and certainly for final subdivision approval, the applicant will come up with condo declarations and stuff, and they could insert some language that could to address that. But I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, I agree, Jim. I think a condition of approval that talks about items like that within the condo declarations and documents, I think that could be a good start. Okay, so we've had some good discussion there. Let's see if I can get back to the correct page here.
I think we're at
So
site plan 179-6.01B for other laws.
Correct.
So we could eliminate the existing sentence there. And I don't think we need to be too detailed. We could simply say, based upon the most current application and design standards, the proposed development, meets the requirements of this chapter, local ordinances, and applicable state and federal laws.
You want to add in, and therefore the standard has been met, something along.
Yes, that's fine idea.
So that brings us to C. Compatibility with neighboring buildings.
Mr. Chair, I'd eliminate that existing sentence and simply write, the most current design proposal of this subdivision reflects buildings that are bulk, location, and height that will be compatible with neighboring properties. Now, I say that, understanding what Jeff is thinking, that this is much different than Tanbark. I get that. And it's much different than a car dealership next door. But as Camille mentioned months ago, when we were, that those car dealerships may not exist there forever. There'll be something else that'll be there. And I'm thinking that whoever buys in that back section will, they're going to buy knowing that there's an industrial building in their backyard. And so I don't really see that as a problem long-term.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I view that, I'm trying to look at that standard on its face value, asking if the buildings are compatible with the existing buildings. And I very much have to say no. I mean, I can't find buildings that are compatible as far as the density, the number of units, for a mile in either direction. I mean, it's just that is a business corridor, and it has been. And I get that, we talk about the Route 1 corridor and some changes, and my understanding is the way it's been developing is that we're talking at the northerly end. It's at the Scarborough line where they want this infill. I don't see the entire Route 1 corridor being converted to residential high-density units. And if that's the intent, we're basically looking at all our taxpayers and saying, hey, we're intending on pushing you out. And that's kind of what I feel like the message that we're sending. Hey, we appreciate that you've been an anchor, you've kind of got us on the map for car dealerships, you've given us some employment, you've brought people to our community for whatever purpose. But whether you're a movie theater or a campground or an amusement park, we view the value of your land being something else as far as residential, high-density residential. And I don't think that's a very good impression to set forth. And that's when I'm thinking of the neighboring buildings, the existing neighborhood, if you will, even though it's commercial, that's what is in that district. Does this fit in size, height, and bulk? And to me, it's very clearly, the answer is no. We're looking at wood frame structures, very residential looking here, and we have massive steel clear span buildings that flank them on either side. To me, it doesn't fit. So that's another one that I just have a hard time is looking at it. Does it fit with the existing buildings? Are they similar or close to complement? I don't think they do. So thank you.
If I can,
Thank you, Jeff.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
we're coming forward with a plan that responds to the new Portland Road District, and I think that it also, in coordination with staff, really promoting the sustainability of that commercial front on Route 1. So that's what we've come forward with this plan, and we spent a whole meeting looking at the initial building. We prepared the rendering to kind of show how that kind of blocked views for the residential folks. And I think when we start to look towards the rear of the lot and that buffer towards the industrial park, given the streams that we have, those being to our benefit for, I say, this argument, you really can't have a better buffer than those now. So you have 100 feet plus towards the direct west to the rear, and then towards the road to the north, I mean, you're 200 feet. You really can't have bigger buffers than that. So I think that in a way that, that this is a good lot to be able to do this and to be the first project in this section to do this. I think it's a good lot for it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chair, I'd also point out which is pretty much what you were saying, Caleb, the portion of the project that's visible from Route 1 is the commercial building, which is certainly compatible with the buildings that are immediately around it on Route 1, both in terms of bulk, location, and height.
And I think the style and the size of these buildings, I would rather see something like that there than, perhaps much larger buildings that would, may fit better, next to industrial parks, such as the development that's, I don't know, half a mile north on Route 1 on the same side. Fairly substantial apartment buildings. I mean, they're huge. So I would rather see a project like this here, sort of nestled back in the woods, than to see ever larger buildings simply because there are other large buildings that are neighbors. So, but I would simply add, one more sentence to simply say that this standard is met.
Emily, with this one, we've had discussion. Would you be opposed to adding some notes on that, similar to one of our previous items there?
No, would you like to just let me know what you want added there? Because I didn't summarize it while you were discussing.
I think just simply similar to what we had before. If Jeff is not opposed to it, I think we just had a note in there that mentioned that Jeff didn't feel that this item had been met. Well, we still need to make a motion to adopt these, and we'll vote on them, of course, but
I'm okay, I guess, but is that really, I mean, this is the formal draft, findings of facts. Do we want to kind of make it like meeting minutes at that point? I have no problem with it being up there. If I'm the only one that's opposed and we want to put that in there for the record, great, that's fine. I just don't want to start meandering too far off where, we're changing our findings to be minutes.
that's a fair comment. We haven't done this recently, but we can also go through each section, each criteria, and make motions on each piece. We have been looking at them as a whole, but if we'd like to go through and make a motion on adopting the finding for each section, we can do that as well, and that, based on that decisions, however that vote goes, that could be reflected.
I don't want to necessarily draw this out. I mean, I think it's very clear. Everyone knows where my areas of concern are. Jim brought up a very valid point. This applicant's been before us since pretty much January, it seems like, right? And they've been working very diligently. We owe them working through this process, so I don't want to hinder that. Let's work through that. My understanding is if I am to vote in the negative, I then need to kind of give like the reasons why I felt like things didn't work that way, or if anybody votes with me, we kind of feel like which criteria wasn't met, so that if there is an appeal, we know what we were based on. But I have no problem continuing this pattern working forward. It feels like it's fairly expeditious, this evening, so I'd say let's keep moving. If
Okay.
you could, please.
I agree. I like how this is coming together. Yes. So with that, any additional notes you see in there, Jim?
Well, we have D under natural features. And I would eliminate the sentence that's there and instead insert, based upon the most current design of the subdivision, the structures and other improvements will be harmonious with the site's natural features and will preserve the natural landscape and minimize grade changes. So this standard is met. Mr. Chair, I think the next one was I for vehicle circulation and pedestrian access. I believe the peer review is complete at this point on traffic.
Mr. Chair, did you want me to address the
If
question?
you could, please, yeah.
So we did receive the traffic responses. We sent them to our peer reviewer, and we didn't get a final word back from the peer reviewer.
Okay.
Yeah, I could probably provide a little bit on the traffic side again. So we were talking about the road diet, and there was one other item, which was we provided an updated sim traffic analysis that showed the actual conditions of our driveway, which had the dedicated left and rights out to make sure that those were working sufficiently and had enough queue length for each of them, which that was the case. So I have no issue with what we had presented there, and then the same with the road diet. I don't believe the road diet comment even had implications for us long-term either.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest we eliminate the last sentence and instead insert the, based upon the most recent subdivision plan, there is sufficient vehicle circulation and pedestrian access with the proposed turning lanes onto Route 1. So this standard is met.
Okay.
And if we're going to keep going.
Let's keep going, yeah.
The next one is flood hazards. So I suggest we eliminate that last sentence, or the only sentence, and instead note that this property is not in a flood zone, and the most current subdivision plan minimizes flood hazard risks and possible harm to Millbrook. So this standard is met.
My apologies. Could you repeat possible harm to?
Possible harm to Millbrook.
Just wondering, Jim, if you'd be comfortable if we edited, just removing the possible harm to Millbrook. We're not really talking about the water quality. We've addressed that in another section. We're really talking about flood hazards. It's not a mapped flood zone, which I agree with, and the topography of the land is very conducive to not, incurring floods from their construction. So I think that would be simple enough, but not discuss the risks of harming Millbrook.
I agree, Jeff. That's a good point. Thank you. So Emily, if we could just eliminate that phrase in possible harm to Millbrook. Thank you. And then I think the next one was M, stormwater.
Do you want to add that this standard has been met?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry, it is there.
Under flood hazards, yeah.
Yep.
So we're at M, stormwater. I would, so we eliminate that sentence and say, based upon the most current subdivision proposal and city engineer's comments, the standard is met. And then under P for wildlife, scenery, unique and critical areas.
We hazardous materials if we wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
I missed another one. Good Lord, okay.
And just, given the scope of the design, there are no hazardous materials proposed to be stored or transported.
I think that's good. And then a sentence says that the standard is met. And I believe for P, we addressed that earlier in the meeting, noting that, so we eliminate all those words and insert, based upon the recent Maine IF&W comments and the most recent subdivision proposal, the standard is met. And then for traffic, we could eliminate the last sentence. Actually, the last two sentences, right? Remaining comments to be addressed. And instead, note that based upon our traffic peer reviews and applicant submissions, this proposal will not cause safety hazards, and this standard is met. Then I think the last one is
T.
T, audiovisual. And we also discussed this at great length, and I think that was a really good discussion. But we could simply say the board had discussed the proposed audio-visual buffer and finds that it is satisfactory screening and setbacks to minimize adverse impacts on nearby properties, so this standard is met.
Is this another one where we should put meeting minutes and say that I disagree?
Sure.
I think that's fine.
Could we also include application materials,
Yes, of
Not-
course.
not just board discussion?
I think we're almost there.
Okay.
And so but at the end of T, we should have a sentence that said the standard is met. And under conditional use, I saw 3, number 3, 8, 9. So 3 is provisions for buffers and on-site landscaping. I think we eliminate that sentence and say, based upon the most recent subdivision proposal and application materials, there is adequate buffering and on-site landscaping to provide protection to neighboring properties. So this standard is met. And then number 8, I think is the next one.
6, you said.
I'm sorry? Is it, wait, 6? Oh, I'm sorry, 5.
Oh, in 5.
Wow, I missed that one too. That's not good.
My number 5 is different than yours, Emily. My
Mine
number
too.
5 says, based on application materials, modifications to the plan set, comment responses, and conditions of approval, the standard is met.
Well, why don't you
weird.
repeat that? Is it the conditional use finding for 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you repeat that again? Because clearly that was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, I think we just had a deletion there. Based on application materials, modifications to the plan set, comment responses, and conditions of approval, this standard is met.
So then 6, we could probably regurgitate a previous flood hazard, maybe from J, from site plan above.
And for number 8, I think is the next one, Mr. Chair.
I agree.
So if we eliminate the sentence there, and we instead indicate that based upon the most recent subdivision proposal and application materials, the board finds the standard is met. I really do think that this most recent proposal that you have, which reduces the number of units, but, pulls back from Millbrook, is really very good. So, very appreciated. And I think the last one is number 9, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we could write that based upon the most recent application proposal and application materials and comments by both the applicant and our traffic peer review, the board finds the standard is met.
Respectfully, would you want to add in the language that we used previously about the existing road configuration being 4 lanes?
Great idea. Yes, I think that would be very good, Jeff. So are we all set with that?
Okay.
That's very good. And
Okay.
so I think those are all the findings of fact, Mr. Chair, and I'll move that we adopt the findings of fact as modified tonight.
Okay. Motion by Jim to adopt the findings of fact as amended this evening for site plan, preliminary subdivision, and conditional use.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-1. As far as conditions of approval, any comments, edits from board members? I have 3 notes here myself on items we spoke about this evening. So we had one was requesting staff to work with the applicant for before final subdivision review on financial, and I guess it would just be financial capacity. So we could address that if board members agree. And Emily, as always, I was looking for our comment that talks about addressing all outstanding staff or consultants' comments. And the verbiage I was looking for was eluding me. Do we have anything along those lines in there?
So maybe I didn't capture it correctly, but the first bullet under conditions of approval before final subdivision review. So before the application is received, we would need to see responses to any outstanding peer reviews.
Okay, yeah, no, that, I was looking maybe in a more numbered fashion, but that satisfies what I was looking for. And then we had a note from Camille that talked about the condominium declaration, about good neighbor performance standards. We mentioned pesticides. So perhaps we could draft a condition of approval, and maybe it's, Jeff, we had good discussion. Jeff brought up some good points as well. So this, I don't think we've quite talked about it before, but as far as, I guess it's expectations and understandings of the process, the approvals that the developers go through, that we review, that the city administers, but recording it in a fashion that, you know, purchasers and new residents can understand. I guess is that I think the expectation for a potential resident or buyer to get into, you know, site plan and subdivision and get into the city ordinance and digest it and understand it isn't a realistic ask. So is there, I guess what I'm getting at is it may be a little bit obscure, and maybe our city attorney, when he reviews the documents, may disagree, but having some verbiage in there that talks about good neighbor performance standards, I guess. You know, a lot of these things that we're talking about, we talk about, you know, we've addressed no cut limits and, you know, some scenarios like that. So I'm not sure what exactly I'm suggesting. Just trying to capture what we've talked about at length here.
Well, it sounds like, if I can,
Yes, please.
it sounds like you're looking for like buffer deed restrictions, which is a pretty standard thing that we can ask for, as far as the no-cut areas. And then as far as the condominium documentation, a lot of the times the documentation itself has certain restrictions on what the property owners can and can't do. So we can certainly, as city staff, talk with the applicant to see if there's some willingness to include some restrictions on certain types of pesticide use on the site. But normally, a lot of that is built into the condo documentation as far as how the neighbors are supposed to keep their properties.
Okay. Jeff.
We will, oh, sorry. Wanted to also note, we will have a stormwater management agreement as for the private facilities, as well as we'll have a sewer a sewer facilities maintenance agreement.
Of course. I mean, where the projects come now, where we don't have any single-family units, they're duplexes, there's no, you know, there's no specific land rights in here, so I mean, owners shouldn't be going down and cutting trees, but I'm not saying that's my specific concern, but go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, when you were getting to the clear limits, I think that was great, because that's what I would have recommended, was a deeded no-cut restriction. That works very well. We use it quite often. And that seems very tangible, very enforceable, very definable. And I think what Camille was touching on was kind of in the condo docs about maybe trying to limit what they might be spreading on the lawn for treatment and having that in a condo doc association. How do we, I think it's a great idea, but what methods is there for enforceability moving forward, right? If we ask them to put in that first revision of the condo docs, and then they have their association board in 10 years that says, we really don't want basically wildflowers growing in our backyard, we're going to start mowing our lawn. How does the city have any enforcement, or does that create a whole monitoring company? Because that would be, if it were something that were really easy, like a deed restriction, right? And then we get our 100-foot setback, that kind of paints a little bit of a different picture for me as far as what protection we're offering Millbrook, right? If it was just a natural vegetated area. But at the same token, if you lived in a condo, do you want, you know, pucker brush and blueberry bushes hitting the side of your house because you can't trim them because they're within that 100-foot setback? So I like the ideas. It's just a matter of how do we put it something that's, you know, enforceable, tangible, meeting Mr. Chair's goal of trying to notify the prospective buyers of what they're getting into, and not have this huge nightmare of trying to maintain compliance is kind of my struggle. But.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
My understanding would be, I'll start by saying we weren't proposing any buffer deed restrictions. We've been identifying the buffer more for just purposes of, you know, demonstrating the setbacks that we have. The site plan approval approves the development footprint and, you know, these exact plans. So ultimately, the HOA or the condo association will still be responsible for maintaining that plan. And I think that we can certainly craft something up that at least outlines within those condo declarations that says, you know, this is also subject to, this original site plan approval or something to that effect would make sense to me. Obviously, there will be some portions that are, no additional decks or, expansions of patios and things of that nature. If it's fair, it might make more sense if we go back to the drawing board and update our condo declarations and then bring back to the board, if that seems fair. And then we can try to hit on a couple of those items. That might seem like it might be a little bit better use of time.
Emily, does staff have a copy of the condo declaration documents under review right now?
I'd have to look back. I don't recall off the top of my head if we got these in the initial application.
Okay.
There were some, but again, it would go back to, I believe, probably the January 30th submission, something to that extent. So some review, I don't recall getting comments on it.
Yeah, I don't think at that time we had comments, but this could be something that we review and further develop as part of final if the board finds appropriate. Emily, have we ever, I don't think I've ever talked about it or been part of a conversation, have we ever had a provision in the condominium declarations that if they are to be revised, that they need to be reviewed by city staff and amended with the planning board? Is that?
So we usually review condo documentation for compliance with the plan set, but we don't re-review them every time they get edited. But in the future, if a homeowners association was going to, or a condo association was going to edit their documents, they don't submit them to us to be edited again. Unless they're a specific tie-in to the approved plan, like affordability restriction or something about how the plan set was configured that was approved and listed in the condo docs as needing a city approval.
But the city wouldn't know, unless they review it, the city wouldn't know that the HOA has made that modification, if there is one, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Usually, if the condo association is going to make a modification and they're using an attorney and there's something there that is relative to an actual approval that then needs a city approval, like for instance, the layout of the site needing another site plan review, then the attorney or the legal representative would usually flag that as coming back to the planning department for a question or clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so with that, any additional thoughts, questions, concerns on the conditions of approval as drafted?
Was that all three of your notes, Mr. Chair? I thought you
Those-
said there were three. I thought that was two.
Requesting staff to work with the applicant on financial capacity. We covered the outstanding staff or consultant comments, so that's already in there. And then just condominium documents about good neighbors, pesticides, things like that. So as far as a real condition, Emily, did you add that in there as a bullet point, the financial capacity review?
I did, and also here are the draft condo declaration. The draft that was submitted with the application, it is in the January 30th packet, just for reference purposes, if you want to take a look before.
Okay. I think that's based on the discussions we've had to date and where we are and where we've been. I think that if the board agrees, perhaps that's something that we can review and provide additional feedback as necessary if we see this for final review or final site plan. Okay, so we had Emily modified, was it the bullet point? City staff, yeah, the second bullet point. Any additional thoughts, edits, concerns?
So, Mr. Chair, I'd move to adopt the draft conditions of approval as amended.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jim. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we grant preliminary subdivision, site plan, and conditional use approval for this proposal.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Motion passes 5-1. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a 5-minute break before the next item, please?
Sure, we'll take a short 5-minute recess. Great, thank you everyone for that short recess. We will continue this evening with our next item. This is item 7C. This is 56 Smutty Lane, map 104, lot 12, and this is a 3-lot residential subdivision proposal. This is presented by Acorn Engineering, and we have a continued public hearing and application review this evening. Emily, anything to add on this item?
We have presented draft findings and conditions as requested. The only thing I'll note is the board had asked me to get something in writing from Public Works about the right-of-way. I would ask that the board consider that as a condition, a draft condition, and I will make sure that I get final word for everyone. I don't have that for you this evening.
Okay, great, thank you. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures on this item? Any questions for Emily at this time? And we have the applicant with us this evening. If you want to give a brief update or statement.
Good evening. My name is Craig Burtis with Acorn Engineering. Since the July 1st meeting, we did get a chance to receive a memo from the Public Works or city engineer with 2 comments. One of those comments was provide the deed restrictions, which we have done for the board's review. The other is just to review the lot area and subtract in wetlands and water bodies. When we did that, Lot 3 was just slightly below the 80,000 square foot lot area. So we actually had to slightly shift the lot line between 2 and 3 to give Lot 3 a little bit more upland area. So that change should have been reflected in the latest packet that's in front of you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions on those updates? Any additional questions, thoughts, or comments?
Mr. Chair, I think this is a continued public hearing as well. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if it's appropriate, I'll move to reopen the public hearing.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them accordingly.
Mr. Chair, seeing no member of the public wishing to speak, I'll move to close the public hearing.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to close the public hearing. All right. If there are no additional thoughts, questions, or concerns, perhaps we can review the draft findings of facts that staff have prepared this evening. Are there any thoughts, questions, concerns on these drafts?
Mr. Chair, I believe under preliminary subdivision approval, letter I, conformity with local ordinances and plans, I would suggest we eliminate the last sentence and instead state that based upon the most current application and subdivision proposal and the presentation by the applicant, this standard is met.
All right, thank you, Jim. Any additional thoughts on that edit? All right, did you catch any other items, Jim, or any other board members? I believe that's
That was-
the only item I had.
That was the only one I found, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, if there are no other changes, I'll move that we adopt the findings of fact for preliminary subdivision approval for this project.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor of adopting the findings of fact as amended, those in favor, Jim?
Yes?
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. So as far as our conditions of approval, Emily, you mentioned an ad there. Would that be item 15, or is there another location that you'd rather see that in?
Item 15 is fine.
Okay. Board members, do you have a draft? I'm going back to the note here.
Thought it was something along the lines of prior to final subdivision review, there'd be correspondence from the Department of Public Works regarding the right-of-way and future sidewalk connectivity, or space for future sidewalk connectivity.
Yes.
Yeah, I had space for future improvements, but I think we were really just talking about sidewalks, weren't we?
My original intent was, yes, I mean, part of our review was sidewalks, and whether it be sidewalks and buffer, like median for bike ped, as long as the powers to be feel like the space is adequate and they don't need to give us a right-of-way for the space that we would need to construct that in lieu of constructing it for a subdivision of 3 lots. I just thought it was important that we make sure that the capability was there.
Correct, and then with that, we have the deed restriction on buffers marked in the field.
That will be number 16, correct?
Correct, I don't want to lose track of that one.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that there was some talk about the Conservation Commission and their concern about the wetlands, but I mean, all in all, I mean, I think that the overall benefit to the community of having a safe bike pedestrian accesses trumps the relatively small wetland they'd have to impact. So, and we're not building it today, we're just making sure there's space to build it in the future.
But number 5 addresses the buffer areas being marked in the field already.
Okay, perfect.
Should we possibly amend that to, I didn't see the draft deed restrictions. Do we want, just will we review before final? Would we want staff to review and make sure they feel like it's an adequate deed restriction?
Yes, we need the city attorney to review as well. Yeah.
The applicant shall execute the buffer deed restrictions. Edit as necessary and per city attorney review, then provide proof of filing in the York County Registry of Deeds. So I think that's, yeah.
Okay. Any other edits, concerns?
Seeing no other edits or concerns, I would move that we adopt the edited draft conditions of approval.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second?
Second by Jim, thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
And Mr. Chair, I'll move to grant preliminary subdivision approval to this proposal map 104, Lot 12.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
I will second.
Second by Jeff, thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item on the agenda this evening is item 7D. This is Cascade Road, map 48, lot 5 and 6. This is a proposal for an athletic dome building and associated site improvements. This is presented by Atlantic Resource Consultants. And this evening, we have a continued public hearing and application review. This is, again, for site plan, conditional use, site location and development, shoreline zoning, and this is within Portland Road zoning district with resource protection overlay. Board members, any conflicts or disclosures? Emily, anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have some information that's in the after the fact packet. So I just want to make sure to point that out to you relative. I see that we included the delegated authority submission, so we just want to make sure that you know that we submitted it through the electronic DEP system. We have a public comment email submission from Inga Brown that's in there. We have an email from Silas, as well as some correspondence from IF&W regarding the proposal. And then we have an email from Don Fisk, our Saco Code Enforcement Officer, following up on the question of building code standards that staff was asked to provide some information about. And then we did provide a memo with follow-up information from the previous meetings and the comment response submission and where things are today. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Board members, any questions for Emily at this time? Great, we have Silas with us this evening. Thank you. You want to give us an update as well here?
Yep, thank you. Silas Canavan with Atlantic Resource Consultants, civil engineer for the project. So a few updates from the last time we presented to you folks. We had listed a number of changes we were going to make to the plan last time based on some comments we got just before the meeting last time. We have made those changes. Specifically, the sewer, we've provided a gravity sewer all the way to the existing gravity sewer system up at the intersection of Waterfall Drive, all the way to the site. The shoreland zone, last time we found out we cannot have steeper than a 2-to-1 slope, and the waiver would not be allowable, so we've actually pulled back. As we discussed last time, we eliminated some parking along the edge of the building here, if you can see my cursor. We pulled the access road back a little bit further, and that allows us to build a 2-to-1 slope without encroaching the 25-foot buffer from the stream, and that meets shoreline zoning standards, so we were able to do that. Another change that we've made is we moved all of the HVAC equipment to the north side of the building. So previous submission, we actually had 2 AC units on the west side of the building. We've moved those over to the north side to help buffer sound from the abutting neighbors to the south. And we moved the blower pad and generator pad to approximately the center of the north side of the building as well. So that helps with some sound mitigation. We've also updated there was a request last time. We had provided individual sound propagation calculations to each property line. For the individual HVAC units, there was a request to provide that information while multiple units were running. So we've done that, and that was in the packet as well, and we're still under the applicable thresholds for sound, both day and night for those. Sidewalks, as we talked about last time, we have provided now an internal sidewalk out to Cascade Road. And then, as we discussed last time, there's going to be an escrow account created, and working with the Public Works Department and city staff, we'll come up with an amount to put in that escrow for construction of the sidewalk along Cascade Road. I'm actually going to let Jason talk more about that because it's actually more of a subdivision requirement than a site plan requirement. So he'll fill you guys in on where that stands at the moment. But we do have our access out to Cascade Road, which we've added, if you can see here, we've added a crosswalk internally and then a sidewalk along our main entrance drive. It's curbed all the way out to the street. We talked a little bit about snow storage last time. We have removed all of our snow storage from the shoreland zone as requested by staff, and now we have quite a bit of storage to the west of the parking lot where we can store snow. So between that and some other areas on site, we have plenty of snow storage, none of which is in the shoreland zone anymore. We also provided a decommissioning plan. It was not requested, but it was suggested by staff that we provide that, so we have provided that in our packet as well. One of the other, there was a question about the sprinkler system and where we stand with that. I do want to say, you may have noticed in our response packet, the first response apparently got cut off a little bit partway through. What that meant to say, I don't know if people have that in front of them or not, but it was talking about the sprinkler system. What it said was basically we have submitted to the state fire marshal to get their opinion on that. And then what it was supposed to say in that last sentence that got cut off was that we have also discussed with the new fire chief in Saco, and they have said that they will agree to whatever the state fire marshal determines in that situation. Similar to what Chief Pendleton had said previously, but since there's a new chief in town, we wanted to make sure that we touch base with them as well. One of the other comments we got at the board last time was possibly creating some new renderings that are updated without the outdoor athletic field, so we provided those. Also, more views from human scale level, so we've provided a number of street view and sort of parking lot view from different angles throughout the site, showing what it will look like. I'm just going to scroll through them quickly here, but they are in the packet if people want to see them, or if you want me to stop and take a look at one specifically, we can do that. But you can see we're all kind of standing at eye level at this point, looking at the building from multiple sides here. So we're hoping that appeases the board and what they were asking for that. Lastly, we have received comments from IF&W. They just came in yesterday. We provided those with our after-the-fact packet that I believe Emily handed out. And we've also provided a response with our opinion on IF&W stance on the project. So I'd encourage you to read that. It is our opinion that we, will not be impacting essential habitats or endangered or threatened species, which is what the ordinance requires. And IF&W had previously stated in their letter that there are no essential habitats or endangered or threatened species on site other than bats, which is everywhere in the state of Maine, and we're dealing with that through Army Corps. So those are the primary updates that we've had. I would also like to say that we have a couple other people here joining us tonight. We've got Andrew Tawarji with Paul Design Projects. He's our local architect, helping us work through our life safety standards for the dome building itself. He's going to talk a little bit about energy code and occupancy, because I know there were some questions about that. We also have Jason Abbott, who is here from Farley Company, who is the manufacturer of the dome. And he is an expert in dome construction. He's been doing this for quite a while, been involved with quite a few dome constructions throughout the country. So he will be able to answer any questions that you guys have regarding the dome itself, and the construction, maintenance, operations of it. Any of those questions, he would be happy to answer for you folks. So with that, I think it would probably make sense for me to take questions on site layout, civil type questions, and then I'll have Andrew come up and talk briefly about the occupancy and the energy code questions that came up last time. And then I think we'll have Jason come up and let you guys ask some questions about the building or the dome and any questions or concerns you still have regarding that. And then I guess one request we would make is if the board feels that it's time, if we could request that staff prepare findings of fact for the project for a potential final vote next meeting. We would appreciate that as a development team. So with that, I'd turn it back over to you, Matt.
Great, thank you, Silas. Board members, any questions right now for Silas? Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could elaborate a little bit on the engineer response list that you have regarding the site plan. Part of it had to do with item number 2, which was regarding the sidewalk proposed in front of parcel B with the center line shift. And the staff was waiting to hear or have you provide feedback from DOT that they would allow that center line shift and then adjust the crown of the road. It sounds like you agreed with city staff, but you're just saying you want to put up an escrow account and not work with that at this point? Is that what I'm understanding that response to mean?
Well, again, I'll let Jason talk about that a little bit more when the subdivision project is up, because the sidewalk is really more of a subdivision standard in this case. But my understanding is what the agreement was, that we would post an escrow to the city, and then we would work with the city and the DOT at that time to determine what was necessary for a sidewalk, and whether that includes a crown shift or not. All that's to be determined during the design with DOT. So, now is not really the time to make that determination if a crown shift is necessary or not, because it needs to be coordinated with multiple agencies, and then it also needs to be coordinated with the multiple other projects that are happening in the city that may or may not happen, and that's really the question.
Yes, and part of our review is to determine if the components are there for this project, including sidewalks. And if you don't have the ability to do that, I think it affects my opinion on whether or not the project can move forward. It's not just okay to say, in my opinion, oh, well, we'll put some money up, and if it happens after we build the structure. So I think that's an important piece for me to get some clarity, understanding. I would completely respect if we had feedback from DOT and they said, yes, this is possible, but we want it in conjunction with another phase that's going on at Park North or Waterfall Drive, and it's going to be a 2-year process. And then we had a plan and we put money up. That makes perfect sense, but I don't feel very comfortable approving something saying, oh, well, we'll work out the details of the sidewalk later, because the next one had to do with the mid-block crossing in a 40-mile-an-hour speed zone. And so is that the same thing? Is it where you kind of want to wait and see what happens? If DOT will allow a sidewalk in that narrowing section of the road before you determine will you'll place a crosswalk to cross Cascade Road?
Yep, it would be the same situation. We would work with the town and the DOT to come up with whatever the best situation is for the town and the other developments in the area. So that would be worked out post-approval, and we would come up with an estimate for the escrow with city staff and DOT.
Okay. Those were a couple of my questions for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or questions from board members?
If I may, like at some point, he said they have an expert from the building manufacturer here. We had received public comment from a couple of different entities regarding the energy efficiency, building code, and possibility of leaching PFAS contaminants out of the dome. I'm wondering if at some point we can have, their feedback on those public concerns that were brought to our attention. I mean, I don't know if we want to finish up with Silas first. That's up to you, but I'd like to hear from them here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was just going to suggest that if we don't have any other comments right this second for Silas, then yeah, we
Yep.
could have.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
team
So
come
as I
up.
said, I'll hand it over to Andrew now, who is our local architect. He will take any questions on occupancy, sprinkler systems, life safety, that sort of thing. And then when you guys are done with questions with him, we can bring up Jason, who is the Farley representative, and he can answer any questions you have regarding the dome itself.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Andrew Churgi, representing the architecture firm, local architect on this project. We can start with me, or if you want to start with building manufacturer stuff.
No, you're great.
Probably, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as far as energy efficiency, obviously this is not conventional building. We're not stud framing, filling cavities with insulation. So this is a prescriptive method that an engineer would have to write a report. And a lot of that comes from the energy use of the building, occupancy of the building, the time open, functionality of the building, whether or not the ACs or any of the cooling factors have 24/7, or if they're on shutoffs, turn-ons. It's a pretty extensive report. We have been provided by a colleague of our clients a report that was just done in Maine recently. We plan on reaching out to that engineer for, I think, Joe, which project was that? River City Athletics. So I think that was last year. So we're hoping to address IECC concerns with a report from a mechanical engineer. As far as building code, we've done some extensive initial research on this, knowing that a lot of these issues will be ironed out through a permit, building permit from the city, code enforcement officer. So we believe that we are in compliance from a building code standpoint and an NFPA 72 and an NFPA 71 standpoint. As Silas had mentioned, we have submitted to the state fire marshal. We've had multiple conversations with them on the occupancy type, the occupancy load, talking about the sports facility and the field as it's being used, and the occupancy of which this facility will hold at a maximum. We believe that we are under, and from conversations with the fire marshal, although I won't speak for their final report, they are so far in agreement with us that we are under 300 occupants, including spectators, inside the dome facility, of which case the breakpoint for requiring sprinkler systems is 300 in an assembly occupant type. So we are comfortable with that there. Like I said, I won't speak for their final report because we have not received a final report from them yet. But those conversations have been ongoing. Sprinklers, IECC, were there any other building code questions or clarities?
I think that covers all of our questions. We did receive a report on deflation and exiting time frame.
Yep, and in one of the public comments that was submitted to us, we reviewed and responded to talking about occupant maximum of 49, we're not considering this a temporary structure. These things have a lifespan of 10, 15, 20 years, which would be more or less a permanent structure in this case, in which that 49 occupant load is addressing. We are also providing 8 emergency exits as well as main egress through the accessory building. And that accessory building has been designed and has the capacity to exit 50% of the occupants and some from the dome. So we think that we are in compliance with the quantity of exiting capacity. We exit right to public way on most, if not all. We go right to public way from the backside as well. Yeah, so we have exiting to public way from every exit, emergency or traditional accessory building access. And then the deflation, we have received a report from Farley, which Jason can talk about a little bit more on the deflation. Worst case scenario, from what I remember, is that in 30 minutes of worst case scenario was a 60% retention of air in the facility. So it's not even halfway deflated after 30 minutes, and generally the fire marshal will look for either 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour scenarios when they're talking about exiting. And the time, which I don't have in front of me, but the time it takes to exit is under 2 minutes from the furthest points with no interior partitions. Would you like to speak more about the deflation stuff? Yeah. Any additional questions, obviously, and then I can hand it over.
Any other thoughts from board members? Jim?
So I just want to understand, I think you're saying that you'll need a sprinkler if there's going to be more than 300 people in the facility at one time?
Correct. International Building Code and NFPA 72 will address this as an assembly occupancy. However, because it's sports playing fields, there are exemptions for sprinkler occupant load on a sports playing field, which will omit sprinklers, so we are only considering spectators. So the spectator area surrounding the fields are considered as our occupant load, and this is in conversations with the State Fire Marshal. We have been directed this way.
So based upon your expected, the expected use of the public of this facility, are you then saying you think you will need sprinklers, or you
We will
won't?
not,
You
no.
will not
Yep.
need sprinklers?
Our occupant analysis has us at about 257 at maximum load.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Joyce?
When you're talking about 257 people, is everybody just going to be standing around the fields? Are there going to be bleachers of some sort?
So there are perimeter benches that are fixed benches. This helps us with our occupancy count so we don't exceed that 300. Bleachers would not be possible here, given the sides of the dome are obviously under a head height for suitable occupant calculations. So we have bleachers in it, we're limiting our head height around 7 feet, 7'6", based on the curvature of the dome. We have fixed benches placed along the perimeter of the field for that.
So it's just one level of benches, not
Correct, yep.
staggered? Got it. Trying to envision the interior here, not just from a bird's eye view.
Jeff?
Can you give us a sense of like the snow slide-off load, not knowing the efficiency of it, how much is planning on melting versus how much is planning on accumulating, particularly on the southerly side? Is very close in setback to that property line, and that now you made the statement that each one of these emergency egresses goes to public right-of-way, so there's going to be some fairly substantial pathway that's going to be maintained around the backside of this building to get back to the parking lot, I'm going to presume?
That would be, I don't want to speak for our client on their facilities and how they plan on operating that, but each of the exits, as they are, have an enclosure around them that extend 5 feet, I believe. And then the sidewalk outside of that would likely be part of the facilities management.
So there's a crushed stone walkway back there, and how much, in an average snowfall, how much snow can we anticipate sliding off the building and piling up between your fixed structure and the dome. I mean, at some point, I would think that would become a structural concern, a pressure point, but more importantly, for the exits along the backside. And if it's crushed stone, you're probably not going to have somebody with a plow or a snow blower going back there to remove the snow, but if it's going to be deeded as, or used as an emergency exit, it needs to be kept clear at all times the building's occupied, so.
Sure.
So I'll answer that. Do you want me to introduce myself first?
Absolutely.
please.
Okay. First of all, beautiful state, incredible lobster rolls. My name's Jason Abbott. I'm with Farley. I've been in the dome business for about 30 years. Farley has domes in over 30-plus states, 7 countries, and across Canada. I used to own 7 of my own facilities before getting directly involved. So we are a global company. We've been around for 27 years, so I've been around for a bit. So to address your question, so domes are built to shed snow, so you are right. So the snow is going to shed. Actually, part of the reason why the client put a skylight in there is that does actually help with the shedding because it helps promote melt, which helps promote the shed. That's why you have a height-width ratio for the curvature of the dome. But as part of the maintenance and regular maintenance is snow removal around the perimeter. So as part of their maintenance and weekly maintenance, daily maintenance is to remove snow when it sheds. So that snow doesn't pile up, as you said, because if you let too much pile up, then that can become a bit of a structural issue. So part of their maintenance is going to be snow removal around the perimeter. And I believe we went with a raised foundation, about 18 inches out of the ground, which is really smart on their part because basically that does allow them to go around the perimeter without having to worrying about jumping into the dome or hitting it. But part of the regular maintenance is snow removal. That's part of the process.
So I guess while I'm rolling,
Yeah.
we had a public comment with concerns about microplastics or PFAS that might leach off of the building.
Right.
I'm assuming nobody typically asks you to provide that sort of information. Has it ever been tested about shed factor, UV breakdown of the material, at the 10, 15-year mark?
Yeah, great question.
When we have to worry about, there's been a lot of concern about a maintenance inspection schedule, a maintenance plan. We've talked about a decommissioning plan, but what are we talking about, given another, natural feature, tributary we're trying to protect here with the runoff, with what might be coming off the outside as this material breaks down?
Yeah, great question. Was that your question or was that the submitted question?
It was a submitted question,
Okay, good.
but I think it obviously warrants
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So there's actually 0 PFAS in the acrylic fabric that we use. We use fabric from a U.S. manufacturer, so it's got the same UV ray weather elements that we would see in North America. There are other manufacturers that will use stuff from China, Israel, Japan, whatever, but we use a fabric from the U.S. And actually, although you do suggest that it's an odd question, oddly enough, we actually just had a question asked recently, earlier this month, by someone else. And we can provide a letter from the actual fabric supplier that confirms that there is 0 PFAS in this fabric.
Okay, so that answers the PFAS portion.
Yeah.
What about, the microparticles, microplastics that might run off from the vinyl?
Yeah, again, we can certainly do that, get a letter to confirm that as well in terms of microplastics. My understanding on the PFAS thing, though, is that there is 0%. So.
Jeff, that was also a question about the turf that's being used indoors too, not just the dome material, but the material used for the interior turf.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the turf. I'm not sure if the turf's been selected or not yet. So that may be a question that can be answered, but sure, yeah.
So my understanding, talking to the applicant, is that the actual turf inside the building probably hasn't even been selected yet, and it's to be determined what that will be. But whatever is inside is, well, for one, with the construction, there's a vapor barrier down below the turf system, and then it's obviously fully enclosed by the dome. So there's no contact with the turf itself to the outside elements, and there's no possibility of it leaching out of the dome and into the resources next door.
Does that mean that all participants take their shoes off before they exit?
I don't know, but do you request everyone to take their shoes off in every project?
No, I'm just asking if you just made the statement, there's no possibility of the material
I said
getting
leaching.
outside.
I said leaching.
Leaching, okay,
Yeah.
we'll stick with
I
leaching.
said
Okay.
leaching, yep.
Mr. Chair, I have a two-part question.
Yes.
Great. So my first question, it's in regards to the actual materiality of the structure. So first off, can you provide some more detail on the maintenance protocols associated with the dome, so that we are, adhering to safety standards, et cetera? And then the second part, my second question is, so at the end of its useful life, 10, 15, 20 years from now, what is the protocol of replacing the dome, costs associated with that, et cetera? It's going to some time, and I just want to understand more of like the costs associated with the project, and if the developer is able to fund those improvements. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. So first, on the maintenance side, we hand over an operations manual to the owner. So that I was just going to say that may be something that could be provided to you folks as well. But the maintenance is actually quite low when it comes to a dome. The biggest thing is snow removal, as Jeff asked that question. Snow removal and maintenance on HVAC, right? It's an air structure. It's like a car. You want your car running properly, you're going to have it serviced. So, the owner will do, quarterly, service checks with an HVAC company, a local company that will come in and tighten the belts, grease the bearings, do a once over on it. But as far as any additional maintenance, you're not cleaning the dome, washing fabric, you're really not doing much. So there really is actually quite low maintenance on a dome. So really it's just HVAC and staying on top of snow removal. And again, every owner has a walkthrough when we do a handoff, and they get a training on it, and they have an operations manual. As far as replacements, again, good question. Domes have been out there for a long time. We've done a lot of facilities. We did Boston College, Harvard, Princeton, Northeastern. Some of those domes have been replaced. Harvard was recently replaced. Boston College was recently replaced. And it's a simple process. Basically, take the dome down, clear out the contents, disconnect the unit, disconnect the standby, disconnect the generator. We have a lot of redundancies built in, right, for low inflation or for power failures. So they would basically deflate the dome. Maybe an hour and a bit later, it's laying flat on the ground. They'll roll it up like a jelly roll. It's a good old Canadian term. And then pick it up off the field. New one comes in, and we basically fit the footprint. So you're not really increasing anything. Usually doors, lights, HVAC, if it's been taken care of very well. We have domes that are out there that are 25 plus years old, still running. So yeah, that's really the process.
Thank you. And in terms of the costs for that replacement,
Yeah.
what are like the estimates?
I would say that membrane versus components, you're probably about 45% in the way of components versus fabric. So whatever the cost of this dome package is, you're probably looking roughly about 50% of the value to replace the fabric membrane, assuming all the other components are still in good and working condition.
Thank you. And then one last question. Were the HVAC specifications provided within the plans? Yes? Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Questions? Jeff?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I know we had this advertised as a continued public hearing, but we've also passed our 9 o'clock hour. I'd like to make a motion that we reopen the public hearing, especially if anybody's waited patiently for us this evening. But we should probably also tell the remaining people representing the following items on our agenda that we won't make it to them. And I think I'd like to have a hard stop at 9:30 so we can have planning board discussion. So with that, I would motion that we reopen the public hearing for the athletic sports dome.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Carrie Lynn. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing? All right, those in favor. Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open a public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them accordingly.
My name is Fred Fatanides Jr. I live at 911 Portland Road. I have mostly questions about some things I heard tonight. I heard energy efficiency mentioned, of the dome, but I really didn't get much of an explanation for that. Maybe I couldn't hear everything, but I didn't get much of an explanation about that. Snow removal. I heard some discussion about snow removal around the building, snow sliding off, has to be removed around the building. And I saw on the drawing that was up on the screen, the back side of the building, I think it's the entire back side, there's a wetland there. What happens to the wetland? If you have to have a path for pedestrians or you have to drive vehicles there to remove snow, what happens to that wetland? I don't know. It's on the drawing like it will still be left alone. And I don't quite understand how that would work. Another thing, I heard someone say something about a raised foundation for the building. How high is that? Before tonight, I wasn't sure about what the foundation was. I thought it might be level, with the rest of the ground. Let me see. Oh. There's discussion about, or mention of 300 occupants and a sprinkler system. I'd like to know where that number comes from specifically, because I don't recall seeing it. I think someone said that the fabric is made in the United States and the fabric doesn't contain PFAS. Is there fabric treated with PFAS, any chemicals, PFAS chemicals, coating the fabric or anything like that? Or is there just no PFAS anywhere? Because the fabric itself, I'm wondering, doesn't have it. The fabric itself may not have it, but is there a coating on it or any other thing added to the fabric at another time, which might contain PFAS chemicals? I guess that's all. I can't think of anything. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Andrea Fatanides, representing Fred and Marge Fatanides, abutters. I just looked at this report from Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the last sentence says, while we can appreciate the challenge of finding a suitable site for this project, we are not supportive of this design, which we believe would have adverse effects on fish habitat. Now, the design has many, many problems. I think I said before that this parcel is not suitable for this project. If this goes in next to our campground, I'm afraid it's going to be the end of the campground. Tonight, before we got here, we had a nice couple come in from Canada. They're very excited to be there. And I took them down to the back area, and I showed them a campsite, and they were very, very happy. They were saying how beautiful the campground is. I hear that all the time. We've heard that for years. It's very important to people, especially some of the French Canadians from the city. In fact, I've had letters, presents, most of them stop, and they thank me, and all of this, I'm afraid, is going to come to an end. And I think that it's not, the two uses are not compatible, and unless you can figure out a way so that we will not have to listen to the noise, and there's going to be noise day and night from those fans and generators. We don't really know how bad it's going to be until we actually see it, and then it's going to be too late. There should be fences to separate the property. I don't know how. I don't know what you can do so that this would not bother us. We have a mobile home park next to us. We have condominiums. I spoke to one of the residents at the condominium. She's concerned about it also. She thinks that even though she's that distance away, she's afraid that they might hear that. We can hear the train whistle in Old Orchard, and the concerts at the ballpark, we could always hear that music. Sound travels. We don't want to listen to something day and night. And what about this sprinkler system? They don't want a sprinkler system in there, probably because they can't put one in. If they could put one in, why wouldn't they? Don't they want people to be safe? We have water that goes back there not quite as far as as the end of their building. And we turn it off in the winter, so there's going to be no water back there. I don't know what they have for fire protection. That's another issue. And why are they going around the fire code to the state fire marshal when the fire code requires that they would have a sprinkler system? And I think a lot of the problems associated with this project stem from the fact that it's just too big, it's not suitable for that parcel of land. So close to the brook, too. There are provisions in the zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations that are being violated because they cannot fit the project onto the parcel without disturbing the brook and the wetlands. It's just not a suitable place for this. And I mentioned it to one of our campers. She lives in Connecticut, and she said that should be out in the middle of nowhere, like where there's plenty of land around it, not here. And she also told me that one of them, I don't know if this is the same type of building, but she said that in Connecticut, where she lived, a storm blew it right across the road. So those are just some issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, guys. My name is Brandon Mitchell, and I live at 6 Rocky Hill Road in Cape Elizabeth. And I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the proposed dome development. This project is a tremendous opportunity, not just for Saco, really, but for all the surrounding communities. In a time, especially now, when our kids are spending too much time on screens and facing real challenges like childhood obesity and isolation, this facility offers a healthy, year-round outlet. It gives children and young adults a safe, positive place to play sports, stay active, and build important life skills through teamwork and physical activity. But the benefits go far beyond the playing field. This dome will draw families into this area, not just for practices and games, but for the entire experience. They'll be filling up at your gas stations, they'll be eating at your restaurants, shopping at your local stores, and supporting the businesses that make Saco unique. This is a real boost to your local economy. And this, again, to reiterate, is a year-round facility. Importantly, too, this project has been thoroughly vetted. It's not being rushed or pushed through. I think this is our 6th or 7th meeting, 2 site walks. We have the building manufacturer rep here, the architect for the project, the site engineer. We have been in touch with the State Fire Marshal from the get-go since the inception of this project, just to make sure that we are doing everything by the book and per the code. It's been carefully reviewed and considered, and it fits within your current zoning regulations, meaning it aligns with the city's long-term planning and development goals. In short, this is a smart, responsible investment in your community's future, one that supports health, family, and economic vitality. I urge you guys to approve this project and help bring the vision to life. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if there are no other members of the public choose to speak tonight, I move that we continue the public hearing till August 12th. And I believe we have sufficient information now for the staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conditions of approval. And we can review those at that August 12th meeting if they're available.
Okay, motion by Jim. Is that all wrapped up in one motion?
Well, I thought that was a good idea, but we can break it up if you want. Just so move to continue the public hearing till August 12th. How about if we just do that?
I will second.
Thank you. Okay, motion made to continue the public hearing to August 12th. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to continue public hearing to August 12th. Okay, your second comment there was to, you felt the information that we had, where we're at in the point of the project, application material, testimony, public comment, that you'd like to see draft findings of fact and conditions of approval to review with the board, or for the board to review and begin.
Yes, I mean, I know that this proposal sort of goes hand in hand with the larger subdivision proposal. So I'm not seeking to decouple those two. But my suggestion of looking at proposed findings of fact and conditions of approval is just to at least start the process. So of identifying issues that perhaps we disagree with each other on, or we can find agreement. And, you know, if we can start that, I think that would be moving the ball forward, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Does any board members have any additional thoughts, comments on that? Jeff?
Moving forward, yes, normally. I think there's still some very large questions out there that we're asking staff to take quite a bit of resource and time doing draft conditions of approval. We haven't got a formal result from the fire marshal. If the fire marshal comes back and says, oh, we erred, and it's not, 300 spectators, it's 300 occupants, because that's oftentimes what they use is occupants in a building, not just spectators, and participants are not included. If that were to come back, that means sprinkler system, and it sounds like the project kind of stops. That's a very important piece, just as, in my opinion, the ability to actually construct a sidewalk with DOT's input is a very important piece. It's part of our criteria. So if we want to have staff draft that, take time, that's fine, but I would really like to have that feedback, because I'm not a believer of you approve a project not knowing if you can build everything. It seems a little bit backwards. We're supposed to be a planning board. We're going to be effectively planning and mapping it out, knowing that we can make these. We have staff that, cautioning us on every step of this, right? Or on several steps. I think it's important that we get that, and I understand applicants' excitement and urgency. We would all be that way if we were planning on developing something. But our job is to protect the citizens of the community, and I would like to have those very big boxes, in my opinion, kind of checked off. It's not a matter of just building a sidewalk on an existing side of a road where everything's hunky-dory. I mean, it's the crossing, it's the tightness, right? They explain that it would cost them an exuberant amount of money to defer the sidewalk away from that channel crossing. So those are big questions. I think it's real important that we have connectivity, and I think it's real important we understand what the fire marshal's asking, and I would also like to have all the after-the-fact stuff included as current documents in our next packet so that we have a good review of what our code enforcement officer said. This is all stuff that, it feels like we're being pushed very hard, and there's nothing wrong with us saying we are going to get the information that is required in a timely manner with appropriate review, and I have no problem, taking our time to do that. And if the bulk of the board wants to have the staff draft the findings, I'm okay with that. I just still think it's a little premature for all the data that came in. And if it's true, I haven't seen the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. If their report is saying this is not a conducive spot, we don't support this project, that's a big deal. We just talked about preserving these runoff areas. And if Inland Fisheries is saying we're not supportive, unlike the other one where they said, yeah, we can deal with an 88-foot average setback, they're not giving us that input is what it sounds like. I haven't seen it, and that's why I don't like after-the-fact packets. So I'd say give us time to get all this information in a current packet, review it. Maybe we have more questions or we can advise staff after that. But I think it's a little premature to have them take time and effort to do draft findings. Thank you.
Any other thoughts from board members? Joyce?
I agree with Jeff. I mean, we still have we have a lot of questions that have been asked tonight, and it's already 9:30, so I'm not sure we're going to get to answers for all of them tonight. And since this is coordinated with the other subdivision project that we're not getting to tonight, and there are 40 pages of after-the-fact materials for that, I do think it's premature.
I'll back down. That's fine. That's fine.
No, that's okay. That's why we're having discussion here. Any other thoughts from board members? I support Jim's thought. I think getting a draft findings of fact that the board can be very clear on where we feel that a condition has been met or where it's not, what pieces and parts we're working through. I don't want to keep, for lack of a better term, keep kind of kicking the can down the road. There is a lot to work through, but I think there are still questions for sure, but I think I'd like to be very, very clear as to which section of which piece of criteria that we feel still needs work and that either meets or doesn't meet. I'm seeing the findings of fact as a tool for that, not necessarily to expedite anything, but just to be very clear. That's how I see it. That's all. Now you have to give your opinion.
I'm actually in
something.
I'm actually in agreement with Jeff as well. I think doing findings of facts are a bit premature. We have a lot of concerns from citizens. We have, sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, but he brought up a good point. He brought up a good point that the south side of the building being wetland, having snow removal back there is going to be next to impossible. How are you going to handle the snow that kind of creeps up the dome, as it's been said. But I just think that there's too many questions, and we're facing a structure that we have never seen before. This community has never dealt with before. So I think rushing through this is a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back to the page I was on. So with that, documents, plans. So we do have questions. Jeff asked for a hard stop at 9:30. We'll, I guess, get there really quick here. We have a couple comments we heard were about energy efficiency. We heard some comments. I think there's questions on how to achieve that, and I'm not sure how we answer that question right at this moment. We talked about the snow removal throughout as part of maintenance. Foundation height, I think you have that we can address pretty easily, I think. Maybe some specificity on how you calculate the occupant load and working with the fire marshal and explaining perhaps a brief statement between what the fire marshal looks for, what the building code looks for, fabric, no PFAS, ensuring that any coatings, if anything, protection, IF&W, there's still some buffering, you have sound, talked about sprinkler. Jeff, did I miss anything else? Miss anything, any other sidewalk? That's a big one. The buffering still coming to grips and understanding, excuse me, not the buffering, but well, yes, not buffering for sound and visual per se, but now shifting to the stream. Is there anything else? Camille?
Yes, just going back to the actual dome structure, and I think, is it Faraday? Is that the company that's delivering?
Farley.
Farley, yeah, I'm sorry. Was this already provided, maybe like some case studies on like their deliveries and some past projects that they've executed, just so that we know their credibility and execution of these types of projects? I know they had mentioned Boston College, Harvard. Yeah, would love to see some of those examples.
Yeah, I think if we jump, the June 17th packet had that was the packet that you're thinking. Yep, that packet had a lot of good information and
Never mind,
case
thank you.
studies. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's okay. So I guess, Silas, there's that. We're working through, as Jeff mentioned, we've got a lot of stuff here to go through and digest. So with that, I know there's still much to talk about here. So we were 1, 2, 3. Camille, thoughts on findings of fact, premature, tool?
I'm all about like pushing forward. So if findings of fact like isn't, I think I support that, drafting it and just seeing how it goes and simultaneously having other conversations, I would say, given the applicant's current documents. I don't know what the process is, but I support just like continue. I don't like kicking the can down the road, like you said. So
Sure.
just as long as we continue the momentum, that'd be great.
So Emily, board is split on requesting staff to put together some findings of fact. So perhaps some of these items, working through some of these pieces, I know we didn't get to cover everything, but perhaps coordinating with the applicant. I know we have we have a good amount of time here between this meeting and our next meeting, and I know staff has plenty to do, but I don't know, I think perhaps there could be enough time to start looking at things. I guess I'd look for your recommendation, whether a full findings of fact or staff thoughts on where we're at with things and recommendations from the board on where you feel that staff has insufficient information as well. I think that maybe a bullet pointed item helps the board out. Is that?
I can provide
sense what I'm
overview
looking for?
findings and leave space and work with of course, work with the applicant in the meantime. I guess I just need some guidance from the board on the after-the-fact packet material from the email from Andrew Wood. My next step would be to coordinate between the applicant and Andrew Wood on this, unless the board feels differently. This was in the after-the-fact packet.
Can you say that again in a different way?
Sure. So there's
It's late.
there's an email in the after the fact packet from Andrew Wood, who is from Maine IFNW.
Yep.
And so, talking about next steps, I would propose that further coordination between the applicant and IFNW may be appropriate, and then providing at least overview findings for your next meeting, and anything that can be wrapped up, we can draft up, but there would probably be a lot of blanks for the board to look at, and then we would include considerations for you in the memo as to how far along everything is.
Okay, that sounds fine. Is that, Jeff?
I don't know. I kind of view it, if the board split 3-3, whether to prepare findings or not, that would be a failure if it were a vote. There's no sense in having staff tie it up. I feel like there's a lot of stuff here, and this is one of the parts that I don't like about after the fact. I'm trying to read and keep up, and I miss half of what your summary was. I just think, you know what, this just needs to be taken like one step at a time, Carrie Lynn pointed out. And I don't believe in kicking the can down the road, but I just think there are going to be so many blanks on this, this draft that we're going to spend 3 hours trying to do it in a meeting. Let's let them work through a little bit more. I feel like, you know, if we kick this down the road, it gets kicked back at us just as hard. Let's let staff do what they do best and continue with the details that they need so that they're checking off their checklist just like we would. Then we can worry about the intricacies if the standard was met or not. So I would say let's not have staff, you know, consume time with draft findings at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I can get behind that, and we have our list. I have a little document that I have to follow myself. So I guess what I would propose during our next meeting is we review everything, we've captured everything, we have as much of our questions as we can have answered at that point. We can take that list and we can start building. Why don't that evening we look at building the findings of fact ourselves, and we can ask staff to help fill in the blanks at that time. And we'll just build them together, sort of in our old-fashioned way. That's fine.
Absolutely. This board has shown over and over that we come prepared. We do our homework, we get it done, we bring it in. There's no need for us to be rushing with stuff that comes in last minute. So the two of them, they're joint applications basically, get all their stuff in together so that we can effectively review it and make our decisions from there. You know, this waiting one for the other. Let's just do exactly what you said, and we'll come prepared if they don't send things last minute. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just say, the reason I suggested findings of fact and conditions of approval start to be created is because we've had a number of meetings and public hearings, and it seems like, and there have been many concerns by residents or others about about this proposal. What bothers me is that it seems like the goalposts keep shifting. You know, questions come up, the applicant answers them pretty well, I think. but then there's always additional questions and additional questions, additional questions. And I'm only suggesting that we, we have to take all the comments, both from the applicant and the public and the staff and peer reviewers to try to make a decision here, but I think it can be frustrating for all involved if we just, we get answers to our questions and then we conveniently come up with 20 more questions, that they have to answer at the next meeting. So I think we just have to be careful about that and try to, whatever it is that we're going to talk about at the next meeting for these projects, let's get it sorted out and get answers from them ahead of time so that we aren't just constantly talking about the same thing over and over again.
Sure. So we'll work on finishing the discussion for this project. And Emily, I know you're going to tell me, but our August 12th agenda is already built, partially built.
Yeah, no, the August 12th agenda is pretty full at this point.
But this item was there a placeholder for this item?
So we have August 12th and August 19th, so we will be meeting a week later. So we're going to have to do some work as staff to figure out what goes on when, depending on what responses we receive.
Okay.
On the timeline we receive them in.
Okay. So we'll continue review, and what we'll do, we've done it before loads of time in the past. We'll just build the findings of fact that evening, and we'll go through it. We've done sort of informal, we do informal straw poll, and get a feel for where everyone's at. So, okay. So where are we at? We continued public hearing. We got some good input from the applicant, consultants. We have some questions answered. I know a new one for me was sort of the snow removal around the building, understanding how that maintenance is going to occur and sort of the frequency. Any other final thoughts and directions we can give the applicant to get a jump on our next meeting, August 12th? Okay. So we should make an official motion to continue to August 12th.
So moved.
Motion by Jim,
Sure, I'll second.
second by Joyce. All right, motion made and seconded to continue review to August 12th. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. All right, so we'll see you August 12th, and we'll start putting together findings of fact and finishing up here.
Could I ask one thing on behalf of the applicant?
Sure.
So, we've been, obviously, this project's been under review for quite some time now, and I guess I would echo what Mr. Moeller said. It seems like every time we get questions at every board meeting, which makes sense. We've responded to every single one of those questions with what we believe is the answers to those questions. And the questions keep coming up, yet, I feel like we've answered a number of these questions, yet they're still just ongoing. Mr. Abbott from Farley said there's no PFAS, and yet you're still saying, well, tell us there's no PFAS. We're telling you there's no PFAS. And it's these types of things that just keep going on and on and on and dragging out the process. And so I guess what I would ask is if perhaps, Mr. Chair, you could work with the staff and come up with a very specific list of all the items that we need to address very specifically for the next meeting, because otherwise, we're doing our best to answer every question that we think that we're getting from the board, but, if you're not liking our answer, It's not that we're not providing the answer, it's just that, maybe you disagree with it, and that's fine, but like, please just tell us exactly what you want, and we will come to the next meeting, just as we always have in every single meeting. We provided the information that you've asked for, and we will do that, but we just can't keep going in the circle of, well, there's a lot more questions, because, eventually the project needs to move forward, or not, or whatever happens. It's just, we need to come to a conclusion with it at some point here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I agree. We definitely don't like new questions coming up. That's definitely not our intent. So I think going through the rest of the packet here, and then starting to build these findings, I think that's what we're going to get there. That's where we create the specificity to the ordinance that's as clear as it can be to you. So, and we do appreciate we've had an additional site walk. We do recognize that. We appreciate the extra hard work and diligence you guys have been putting in. We do.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Could I ask a clarifying question for personal?
Sure.
So in your opinion, or what you're asking for from an IBC, NFPA, code enforcement officer and state fire marshal review, I'm just wondering how far down that rabbit hole will we need to go to suffice here? Because obviously their review is much more detailed, much more things get ironed out that we may not have the answers to at this point. And obviously, if it comes to the conclusion that this project doesn't go forward, we don't want our client incurring fees for all of these processes. So we have not talked with the code enforcement officer in the sense that we are submitting for permit. And we would not recommend it if this were not to proceed through planning. Typically, we see planning come before building permit submissions. So I'm just wondering how much of this what we would consider far forward information would we be expected to provide, and where does that line get drawn with what we're promising versus what might be ironed out and change potentially with a code enforcement review?
I would answer a brief, I would suggest a brief, clear code summary, taking out that the code sections that you're going to meet are applicable. They're X, Y, and Z. The fire marshal, the state fire marshal, has to review this project. That's just the law. Mm-hmm. So that's really. I think maybe a code, maybe just a more specific, short, brief code summary, because the fire marshal is busy even when you submit for a real project. So we understand the delay in hearing from them, and their answer very well could be, well, whatever the code says. So I think a brief code summary that says we're moving forward. We calculate the occupant load at whatever it is, 300 people per square foot, and our occupant load is this based on this. IBC is this, NFPA is this. Therefore, no sprinkler system, code doesn't requirement, and just sort of done. I don't, not a full building permit set or anything like that.
From our perspective, we believe we've provided that, although I don't know if that was in the June 17th submission. I mean, I have the occupancy plan right here, and then we have a code review page that comes standard with all of our architectural plans. So the questions that are coming up, I'm surprised at that we haven't provided that information.
Yeah, I think it's confusing for some for how the process works. I think that's the a piece of information here, a piece of information there, and why the fire marshal or why the state and why not the local. I think that's sort of the bits and pieces. That's why I'm thinking one brief, full, concise, and it could be in one of Silas's good documents to answer one of the questions. It's just a few sentences, a little paragraph. That might be more clear.
Certainly. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so briefly here, thank you, board members, for working through this. So Emily, I'd like your recommendation briefly here. So we have 1, 2, 3 items remaining on our agenda. I think 2 of them I think we can move to table to an appropriate evening of your recommendation, and it looks like 1 item, based on after the fact packet, has requested to be tabled anyway. Is that how you would best recommend proceeding?
Yes, and unfortunately, based on what we have scheduled on August 12th, we will have to put these on August 19th.
And that would be,
The next 2, 138 Main Street, we can probably accommodate the 12th, but it will be a stacked agenda night.
well, I guess based on some of the conversation we've had, if we have the Cascade Road item and then 61 Cascade Road, I think having those on the same evening, can we keep those on the same evening?
So if you want them on the same evening, they'll have to be August 19th.
I would prefer them on the same evening.
Okay.
I don't want to keep pushing, but I prefer them on the same evening.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then 1040 Portland Road, does that make availability for that item to be on the 12th?
That'll be the 19th.
That would be the 19th as
Yep.
well. And then 138 Main Street for the 12th?
We have that as the 12th because they requested that date beforehand.
Okay. So, we of course we just made a motion for the previous item to go to the 12th. So are we,
So I'm wondering if you want to start your review of the draft findings on the evening of the 12th and then finish things up on the 19th, because you're going to need 2 nights.
I was just
the
going to ask
subdivision.
you if we could do that.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so we'll keep the previous item on the 12th. So therefore, 61 could be on the 19th. 1040 Portland Road could be on the 19th.
Yes.
And then 138, they had a request anyway for the 12th to be tabled. Okay. Board members follow all that? So with that, if we could get a motion to continue application review for 61 Cascade Road and 1040 Portland Road to August 19th, and 138 Main Street to August 12th. I think that would cover us. Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Carrie Lynn?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Camille?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. All right, thank you. Emily, and then as far as our remaining items, do you want to table those to our next meeting as well? Or do you have anything pressing that you would like to discuss?
No, I don't have anything pressing. Thank you.
Okay. Board members, anything? Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I wanted to point out at the end of our last meeting, we had a little discussion, and thanks to our incredible staff who manages to keep all these balls in the air and pay attention to what's going on the horizon. There was a little talk about the LD 1829, and when I didn't know how to read your comment, you're like, oh, it's a good read. And there was no laughter, there was nothing. So I took the time to read it, and that's a pretty shocking document. And I think that there's a lot that we probably should be doing and hopefully getting it very high on the agenda. I kind of feel like it was an overstep of bounds. I mean, they're creating this judicial body of 3 people, 2 of them being professionals, no offense to lawyers and engineers, but that are going to decide this, and then the people have no right to repeal after it. There's a lot of deep material there, and a lot of the goals that we have to try to steer our communities. And I'm not a legal person, the legal writing, but it seemed pretty clear that I think there was kind of like an overstep of bounds, and what can we do to work and maybe recommend to council? Maybe we can get some pushback. You know, if our governor is willing to push back against the president, maybe it's time that local cities can kind of push back against the governor. But it is very bold and could greatly change all of the hard work that, you know, some of us that were on ZOR's committees before and everything we're doing on these boards to try to maintain growth and harmony in our communities. It's like just a big snow globe that's being shaken up, I feel, and it's pretty drastic. So if you guys haven't seen it, I think we should, you know, it's not a very long read, but it wasn't a good read for me. It was kind of shocking. So I want to thank you very much for bringing it to our attention, and hopefully we can maybe have some, maybe it already is being discussed at the council level, but hopefully you can give us some feedback, and because it seems like there's going to be a ton of implications. It must take a ton of staff time to kind of go through, and how is that going to affect our community when it's being forced upon us? I was kind of shocked, so thank you.
Where was it? Where, did I just miss it?
Oh, it was in the more section. Lisa and I put it in the more section of the last agenda packet.
There's a little after the
There's a
fact
link,
item.
yeah.
All right, oh.
It might be
after
in the
that.
planning department
Okay.
section. It's in the last, one of the last two items from the
Okay.
last meeting.
I do have a question. So we have this rule about submissions not going after a certain date. Was what Cascade submitted, was that by request of the planning department, or did they just ignore the final submission date?
So I've been talking with Matt, the chair, about this a little bit, about bringing forward an edit to the SOP. So technically we can, our SOP says items received can go into the meeting packet up till Thursday at 5 p.m., but then our submission due date for applicants is on the whole meeting schedule. So technically they should have followed like the meeting schedule, but the SOP does allow us to put in items for the packet up till Thursday at 5, so that needs to be edited. As far as the other items for the after the fact packet, we received those after Thursday at 5.
Emails from the community and stuff like that, I'm not against. I think there should be a page limit that they can submit, because the book that we got tonight, I mean, we couldn't even fathom reading that whole thing in the meeting.
Well, I think agreed, but I think the department staff doesn't want to look like we're not giving you materials, the board materials. We want to make sure we're being transparent. So we can certainly talk about that another night. It's on my list to bring forward an SOP update, as well as to the comment made about the state laws. I have been starting to do red lines to the sections of our ordinance that would need to be updated, and I'm going to be coordinating those with legal and then bringing forward a further discussion with planning board and most likely city council. So to be determined, stay tuned, because there's some answers that I need to have addressed before I can bring anything to you. But it is drastic.
It is, yeah.
So thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. All right. I'll thank you, everyone, for extending your stay this evening with us. We'll see you all August 12th, and we'll adjourn at 10:01 p.m. Thank you.